Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush right on your phone with Jackpot.com. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million. So don't wait. Tap, scratch, and win right on your phone with Jackpot.com.
I just won $5,000 with Mobile Scratchers. It's your chance to win real cash prizes.
I love playing Scratchers, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy your Scratchers and play them right on your phone.
Jackpot.com is the greatest thing ever. I can buy Scratchers like Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush and play them right on my phone.
Don't wait. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million. Go to Jackpot.com and buy and play scratch-off tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sweltering summer heat just around the corner. Get your AC ready with the only extreme clean available from Fix-It 24/7. For just $39, a refurbishment of your AC. No one offers this level of service for this price. Attack dirt and grime. Biggest killer of ACs. Give it life, efficiency, and a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. Book online. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Fix-It 24/7. Your official AC partner of the Colorado Rockies.
24/7, we'll be there on the double.
Discover unparalleled comfort with L&L Heating and Air Conditioning. Your locally family-owned experts, proudly boasting an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, we offer reliability you can trust. Right now, enjoy $1,000 off a new AC and furnace with qualifying equipment, plus a free humidifier with installation. Financing options available. Schedule your air conditioning full system evaluation and cleaning today for only $59. Visit bestdenverhvac.com. L&L Heating and Air. You'll be comfortable with us.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now's an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
We've got a good-looking day ahead with seasonal temperatures hanging out in the upper 70s. Lots of sunshine, and that wind stays light for your Monday. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team Meteorologist Kylie Burse.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages stay private. So things like those selfies from last weekend's party stay between you and your bestie. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. California is gearing up to sue the White House over what happened over the weekend. ABC's Alex Stone is in Los Angeles with more.
Today, Governor Gavin Newsom announcing California will be suing President Trump over his deployment of National Guard troops here under Title 10, allowing him to federalize them. Newsom alleges Trump illegally federalized the troops and that the order he signed does not only apply to California, but that the order allows Trump to send troops into any state. Every Democrat governor in the U.S. is signed onto a letter calling it an illegal use of authority.
The Trump travel ban is now in effect. Citizens from a dozen countries are now banned from visiting the United States. Citizens from 7 other countries face restrictions, but not a total ban. Another salmonella outbreak, this one involving eggs from the August Egg Company. So far, nearly 80 people have gotten sick, and more than 20 have been hospitalized, mostly in western states. The FDA has issued a recall. This is ABC News. Appearing exhausted, hungry, and filthy, convicted killer, rapist, and former police chief Grant Hardin was taken into custody on Friday, 12 days after he escaped from an Arkansas prison.
After Grant Hardin was fired from the Gateway, Arkansas Police Department in 2017, he killed city employee James Appleton in revenge. Gateway Mayor Cheryl Tillman, brother to James Appleton, was terrified when Hardin escaped last month. Now that he's back in custody,
as a community, we all feel at ease now.
Hardin is being moved to a maximum security prison.
I feel really good about it, but he should have been there to begin with.
Hardin used a fake prison guard uniform to escape May 25th. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Amazon is planning to spend $20 billion on 2 data center complexes in Pennsylvania, including one it's building alongside a nuclear power plant that it will be able to plug directly into when needed. The data centers are designed to meet the growing demand for artificial intelligence products. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to...
I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
All right, take it easy.
Didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends...
I knew I'd bring you around.
They'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A Boulder group is being supported by the community 1 week after an attack that hurt 15 people. Hundreds turned out for yesterday's Run for Their Lives event at the Pearl Street Mall. The event was disrupted last week when a suspect with a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails attacked them. Among those speaking yesterday, Senator John Hickenlooper.
In a funny way, sometimes the worst act is followed by goodness. And I think the show of strength here and support is very powerful.
Group members say they will continue to walk every Sunday until every Israeli hostage is released by Hamas. A kayaker died after his boat flipped on the Arkansas River near Johnson's Village. Emergency crews say one of the kayakers made it to shore, while a bystander helped pull the second from the water and started CPR. First responders took over, but the man was pronounced dead at the scene. Colorado Parks and Wildlife says both were wearing proper safety gear. The incident is being called a tragic accident. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
All right, not too bad on the drive out here right now. They clear a stall that we had westbound 70 at Colorado. It did back up. It's a little sluggish there. It does appear that 270 is running awfully heavy both directions, kind of jamming up, heading through Vasquez. Out of the Commerce City area, still seeing some delays on 225, also south, coming in from Parker back to I-25. I-25 has been a little sluggish in through that stretch also, but no major difficulties out here with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member.
Electric rates are going up, up, up. You need Red Rock's Roof and Solar. They do it all, sales, installation, and service. And because they do roofs too, they got you covered. Locally owned, veteran owned, more than 35 years combined experience. The only company to guarantee an activation date or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backups, auxiliary generators, 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
It's the Dan Capla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday for Denver Public Schools, leaking oil as enrollment continues to decline. I'll explain how true school choice is the one way to save the Denver Public School system. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I have some guests today. I have Henry Bretz from Excel Roofing, and then anything, and then you're my main guest. So anything you have, call us. Let me just say this. I mean, I come on every day. I've been doing this for 45 years in Denver, just saying welcome to the show. And let me just say this. I really mean it. Welcome to the show. And that means I want you to take advantage of us. I want you to help us. I want you to be part of it. We take for granted sometimes this show because we have helped so many people. So if you just want to shoot the breeze, call us. In other words, if you don't have a problem, but you notice something that looks awry, or possibly you want to help stave off a problem because you feel like it's going to be a problem, let us know. This is where we get most of our information from our listeners. Dorothy, she has an issue with a contractor and concrete. So we're going to kick off the day with her and find out what's on her mind today. So Dorothy, fire away, Dorothy.
Well, we had some concrete work, steps put in leading from our house down to the street, which the work was absolutely terrible. The owner, when he came to look at the job, agreed that the work was the worst he's ever seen. Anyways, they came back, wound up taking out the steps that they put in, and they redid the steps, which are good now. However, there was some other work that was supposed to be done on the side of our house. A step was supposed to be taken care of, and they were supposed to do diamond drilling, I believe, or diamond cut, I believe, and they didn't do that. They were supposed to repair work on our driveway, and they did that in a terrible, terrible manner. They've agreed that they would give us some money back. Well, my husband has been on the phone with them for weeks, trying to get them to give us our money back, and they just put us off. They say they'll be out here on Friday, and you'd hear nothing from them. Then
Dorothy,
they'll say, oh, well.
Dorothy, hold on one sec.
Accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I just have a few things. First of all, how much was the contract for everything they were supposed to do? If everything had gone perfectly, what is the contracted amount?
Well, originally it was $4,200,
okay.
And then because of additional work, they jacked the price up to. We wound up giving them
Dorothy,
like
just give me the price. Dorothy, just give me the whole contracted price. How much would it have been if everything went perfectly?
Let's see. It would have been $4,200, and plus some. I think it was $4,900.
Okay. Let's just say $4,900. Let's just say $4,900. Now, what I want to ask is this: we'll get to your problem, but I need to get the basics. How much have you actually paid so far?
We've paid full amount.
Okay.
I mean, we've paid everything in full.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, are you expecting, when you said to get your money back, did they say they would refund the entire $4,900?
No, they did not.
Okay, when you said a refund, how much did they say they would refund to you? How much?
They were going to give us at least $700 back.
Oh, but that doesn't
And,
sound like enough at all. If the
then-
job is as bad as you say it is, $700 doesn't sound like enough. What I need to know right now is of the job right now, what percentage of the job needs to be redone?
Well, it's a minor percentage at this point.
But you had nothing but
It's
trouble,
just
is
repairing
basically. And so this 700 is
Oh,
more
it's
like a
been-
goodwill
been a-
adjustment.
Yeah, it's been a fiasco. It's just been a terrible fiasco.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. This
people
sounds
just
terrible.
don't-
What's the
they
name of the
don't-
company?
It's C&J Concrete and Asphalt Repair.
C&J. How did you find them?
They actually came to the door, which we usually
The worst thing you
don't,
could ever do.
You know.
The
yes,
worst thing.
Exactly. And
So it's C&J Asphalt and Concrete
So-
Repair. And so what do you want right now? Let's just get right to it and see what we can do for you. You want $700 back.
for all the aggravation and everything that we've gone through. My husband
If everything you
has
say is
developed
true, I agree 100%. I mean, truly, really, truly, if it's that bad. Now, did you ever have an independent person look at the job?
Oh, we had Centennial inspectors. They were working on our street, and he does concrete work, and he looked at the steps and said, that is the worst job I've ever seen. And anyways, we have neighbors that all saw it. I mean, they could have had 3 more jobs if they'd been,
Okay, here's what we're going to do.
Upright with everything.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I hear that, like I said, whether it's true or not, I mean, not true, whether it's true 100% or maybe you're exaggerating a little, maybe not. It sounds like you had a terrible time. What we can do is call them. And Henry, you have something to say? Henry Brett's is with Excel Roofing. Henry?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. You said Centennial Inspector. Is that the city inspector?
I think that's what she meant. They were on, the inspectors from Centennial were there. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they were replacing parts of the sidewalks and stuff up and down our street.
Was it a city inspector that looked at it?
My husband just had. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So was there a permit pulled on this? I'm just curious.
yeah.
It doesn't sound like it.
So there was a permit on this job. Dorothy.
No, not on our job.
Okay, maybe there wasn't one required.
The
Is it required, Henry, for that?
was-
I think it is required.
For major work, it's required, but I'm not a concrete guy. So
Hey, listen, Dorothy, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have Deputy D call over there and just get the scoop. Just find out what's going on. When's the last time you talked? When was the job completed?
Oh boy, it was completed about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, good. Hold on a second. Deputy D, let's just get the lowdown on this,
Sure.
All right. You hold on, Dorothy. We're going to have someone, not someone, Deputy D call you. And then let's just make a call during the show to see if they even acknowledge a goodwill adjustment. Right now, I think that's the best we can hope for. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net. You want good water, and you should, because water is the biggest thing we can do to our bodies for health. Water first, then food, believe it or not. And water sucks right now. You can get great systems at the lowest prices. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Thank you.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
You now.
All right. The Art of Granite is a place that does countertops. And I've known them for years and years. And here's what I love about them. They love their deals. And they are so proud of their pricing and their structure, they'll give you prices on the phone. So you can call and say, I want a granite countertop or quartz or quartzite or marble, whatever it is, natural stone or man-made. They do it all. Then the Art of Granite gives you a price on the phone. Tear Out and Haul Away is always free, and they have free incentives like backsplashes or edge treatments or a free vanity when you do the kitchen. Call for your incentive. Call for your price. 303-386-5919. Call today, and they can have it done within 3 or 4 weeks. 303-386-5919. If you're in a car accident and there's injuries, you may be wondering, what do I do now? Everyone wonders that. It's not unusual. And John Fuller has set himself up to take your call initially. So when you call there, you can call John immediately, or they'll find him and have him call you back. And you can ask all of your questions with no obligation. If you decide to hire John, it's on a percentage fee basis, so there's still no out-of-pocket. 303-597-4500. For immediate information, help, and someone to hold your hand through the process. 303-597-4500. Fuller Law.
You all right, Henry? Go ahead.
Yeah, Henry, we can talk now. Everyone can talk.
Tom?
Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't know you were there, bro.
He doesn't either.
All by myself.
Okay, I didn't know you were there.
Everybody.
Are you in the studio alone?
He doesn't either.
Yeah, I'm in the studio all by myself.
Guy. No Mark
be
today?
in there with him.
Mark is Mark and
Just-
Suzanne are out right now.
Oh, I figured. Hadn't heard him.
So I just want to let you know I'm here, ready to go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Really do.
Oh, yeah, he's here with us, and you appreciate it.
Okay. Anyway, always good to hear you, John. I mean, Doc. What the hell am I saying, John? Who's John? I don't even know who John is. God.
Father John, the dead guy.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my God. What is that a Freudian slip?
No, you probably saw him while you're under anesthesia.
That's probably true.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For a promo today, if you can give me a minute, I'll do a 5-year cert.
That's kind of fun.
Okay, good.
Free 5-year cert.
Good. Okay, hold on. Let me just put down where's this? I'm looking for my text. Tom. Oh. Are you going to call on that, D?
Yeah, as soon as I get the information.
She did. Hey, Kachina, get that information to D so he can call, please. Can you text him?
Kelly?
Okay. Sure.
I think she's just hearing this for the
Thank
first
you.
time.
For the first time, right. That's mimosa right there.
Yeah.
The power of mimosas.
Feels like the first time.
Shannon, it was good seeing you, bro.
You too, you big goofball.
So listen,
Good thing,
Kathy
you just
Walker
can't
was there
believe how long I've
35
known you.
years. 35 years.
Yeah.
So I was there 45. Who do you think, how long have you been there?
30.
Okay. Who's been there
I
long?
kind of started 94.
Am I the longest in the
nobody- well,
building?
Jessica. Yeah. Yeah, because you go back to at least Kenyon.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And-
I mean, I go back
and
to
then
Lawrence
KOA
Street
before
before
that, but-
Kenyon, Lawrence Street.
Right. No, and I'm just narrowing it down to J-Core.
Oh, yeah.
Because what was KOA before that? GE?
No, okay. The very first time, it was the network. We were owned by
NBC.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to think my
it would've been
ownerships.
NBC.
I'm trying to think of my ownerships because then Gaylord got in there, B-Lo got in there.
Right.
Oh, there were so many.
Well, and that's what became Kenyon and Noble. Noble was in there because that's who we.
Do you
worked
remember the
for.
guy that was? in charge for a while that had no hair. I mean, he had this disease where he had no hair.
Oh, that must be. I'd save so much on razors.
It was like really weird.
I don't know. Here we go. Oh, what? I do a lot of shaving. Hang on.
7 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Deputy D is going to be working on that problem, and as soon as Kelly puts down her mimosa and gets him the information, again, people, you don't have any idea what goes on behind the scenes. We have fun, right? But
I just refilled it, actually. I just refilled it, Tom.
You just refilled it, okay. Mimosas.
I did, yeah.
All right. And then, so what breakfast drinks? Mimosas, and then the other one is Bloody Mary. What else
Bloody
is
Mary.
What else is breakfast?
For breakfast, I like a coffee, maybe a Red Bull.
I know, but people get crazy. Andy has a question on cremation. By the way, if you have any problems, questions, complaints, or you just want to shoot the breeze and you want to discuss stuff, give us a call. Andy, what's going on with you, sir?
Good morning, Tom. Long-time listener.
Thanks.
We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much.
We do use your referral list. Thank you, sir. We use your referral list whenever possible. As a matter of fact, we just had Dan McKenzie do up a nice
He's a
will
good
and
guy.
trust for us.
Mackenzie Law, by the way, he's talking about.
guy.
And here's what I like about him. He knows what he's doing, but he gives you that personalized touch. I say that because a lot of people equate big, giant firms with the kind of service that's supposed to be really good, but he's one-on-one with you, and he takes care of your estate. Now, did you have a simple estate, or did you have a more complicated estate?
I think I would consider it a simple estate. He did the revocable trust for me and my family,
Good.
and then after we did it, my daughter went and did the same thing. So with Mackenzie Law.
Well, thank you.
So
Thank you for believing in them and for believing in my recommendations. By the way, just let me just do this since we were talking about it. 833-CO plans. That's Dan McKenzie, 833-CO plans. So what brings you to our show today? You have a question on cremation?
I do, sir, because, it's kind of along the same line as planning your will. And you don't have any funeral cremation recommendations on
You're
your
right.
referral list. And Tom, that's the one thing everybody's going to need that. You should get somebody on there.
No, you know what? You're
That's
right.
The one thing
and
everybody.
The referral list, tries to get as many categories as we can. We used to have funeral people on there with cremation services. What are you looking to? I don't like this word, but they call it pre-plan. Are you looking to put together a plan now for the future, or do you have an immediate need?
No, we're planning for the future, Tom. And my question, sir, is we've been talking with some folks at a place called Neptune Society.
Yes,
and
I've heard of
they
them.
offer, and I wanted to talk to you. Okay, we're going to meet with them either this week or next week, but I wanted to talk to you first. What they really propose is to, get obviously signed up with them and prepay.
And I do not recommend it, although they have a good reputation.
Okay.
We've had too many people prepay for this kind of service, not just cremation, but for funerals and things like that. It's just, in my opinion, not a good idea. Now, there are some that are independent, and they have insurance companies underwrite them, and they're more like, and they're not bad. But when you are dealing with a local funeral home or a local operation, or even one that has been bought up, private equity, by the way, is buying up a lot of these places. I just say it's risky. I would not prepay. I just wouldn't. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't let you do the planning up front unless you prepay. But here's what I think. I think a basic set of instructions on what you want done. I don't believe that you need to have it all set up if you give basic instructions, because cremation is something that we used to get a lot of complaints about, okay? And the complaints we got, first and foremost, were, how do I know I get the ashes of the person? And by the way, just so you know, it's all based on trust. Now, there are people that have been around forever, right, and even though they have been taken over by private equity or big firms, consolidators, they're still good. And I'll tell you, Haran and McConaughey has proven the test of time. Now, you might want to call them, Haran, and their website is Haran. Okay. Haran Cares, Horan, HaranCares.com. The reason I talk about them is because they've been around for so long, and I know John, and it's just a good operation. Neptune Society is known for low pricing and all of that, and they help with veterans and all of that, but you have to pay up front. Now, Haran and McConaughey may have, they may have ones that you have to pay. I would rather pay them than the Neptune Society. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with Neptune, but they're just, now there is a very, very no frills one that's been around in Denver that has really good ratings called Kramer, Kramer. Okay. Now, Kramer has been around a long time, and they're really good people. And then there's another one I know personally, Feldman Mortuary. Feldman Mortuary is a family owned and operated.
Yeah, we use them.
They're good people. So if you had to pay Feldman or you had to pay Haran and McConaughey, I would not hesitate. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Neptune, but I just would not pay them up front. Enough said there.
Excellent.
Again, a lot of people think that and I shouldn't even call it pre-planning because that's redundant. Planning is pre. When you plan something like this, it's better to give direction and general steps that like I requested of cremation, blah, 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 than to actually line it all up, because these companies come and go. And it's like anything else. When you're locked into something, it's never good, in my opinion, to be locked in where you must use a particular service. So I wouldn't lock anyone in with my estate plan as far as that goes. You bring up a good point, Andy, and I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people do the estate plan and leave all of that out. They don't think about that. And it really is important because people don't know what you want. People, like some people may not want a viewing. They may look at it as weird or barbaric or something. Other people want a viewing, or some people want a simple memorial. And that's where you can designate who you want to speak at the memorial or who you want to do the service and how much of a service you want. Now, what some people have done, Andy, and you might want to consider this, some people have made a small trust account just for those services. So let's say you have a master trust. Within that trust, you can set aside a certain amount of money that you put in a CD right now, and that will pay for everything, but you're not paying a particular service. You're just putting the money away. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's great.
So it's paid for. So you're not paying any particular person. You're just putting the money aside and funding it. And it's specifically to be used for cremation or funeral services or all of those services. And many people with an estate plan do that for a lot of things. For example, they set aside legal fees. They set aside funeral arrangements. They set aside auction expenses, or if they have a lot of stuff they need to be sold off. And for those listening, thank you, Andy, for calling. For those listening, I want to just say this. One of the biggest deals you can do is have as much spelled out as possible, because people get very confused when it comes to estate planning. People get greedy, people get weird, And that's where you really have to make it very simple. And simplicity is truly the secret here, is not to get too complicated or put too many terms and conditions. And also, it's okay to have more than one trustee. You can have a trustee, for example, that handles all of the real estate. If you were a real estate investor, let's say, and they know about real estate, but they don't have to be the trustee for everything. You can have an overall trustee, friend, associate, colleague, relative, and they can be your overall trustee. Then you can assign other trustees for segments of your estate if you have a big, complicated estate. You don't have to do everything under one personal representative. That's another thing people don't account for. Sometimes you may have a trustee that's wonderful, but that trustee knows nothing about maybe real estate or knows nothing about your securities accounts. There are, and speaking of investments, there are a few ways to transfer investments. Let's just say you have a Schwab account and other investments. Now, in my opinion, the best thing to do is to let the accounts be transferred and not necessarily liquidated. When you want to liquidate and distribute, sometimes you can take massive losses for your heirs. So I believe you should have a trustee for that part or a designee for that part of your estate plan where you can have that account transferred to your heirs as opposed to being liquidated and then possibly suffering losses. You can leave the choice up to the trusted person you put in charge of that area. Again, don't believe there is one way to do things. There are many ways to do things, and you are in complete control. That's what I love about Mackenzie Law. He's a good guy, and he sits down and talks to you about these practical ways of passing things on. It used to be everything's liquidated and passed on. That's a bad idea. Nowadays, you want to look at each segment of investment or ownership and then do what's best in that realm. If liquidation is best, you do a liquidation. If passing on the account is best and having somebody babysit, then you do that. We have more coming up. Now we have Nancy on the line. We have other people on the line. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. And you can call 303-MARTINO. That works 24/7. 303-627-8466.
Yep.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape out here. We got a little bit of volume, but no problem spots. May see a little bit of slowing down the bottom of Floyd Hill. Construction work, actually, it's jamming up there right at US 6, opening up into the Veteran Memorial tunnels. They may be doing some rock scaling here today also. And US 6 west of Golden, up Clear Creek Canyon, periodic delays there also. I-70 is running a little slow, approaching Colorado to Brighton, 270 out of Commerce City, and I-25 south coming into downtown. It's kind of bunched up a little bit. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, almost everyone has heard the name Gravina because Gravinas have been around for years and years and years for window siding, doors, and more. And you know what? I love the idea of heritage. I love the idea of stability, but I also love the idea of selection. And Gravina has more than 50 brands they deal with. So if you're looking for window siding and doors, you can rest assured they'll have something to meet your budget and your desires, whether it be a rental, a fix and flip, maybe your dream home. 303 Gravina. Going strong, 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com.
Fabulous.
Thank you. All right, brothers and sisters. Okay, just tell me what the offer is again. Okay, hold on.
You just put me on.
No, I will. I just want to make notes.
You understand that is.
Yes, I do. But we have to tell people how important it is and what it means. Nancy.
Are you guys eating Jack in the Box again?
No, we're not doing Jack in the Box. Why?
Because I love the tacos.
Oh, I do too. We're going to do something today. I'm going to treat my friend Henry here for lunch.
Jack in the tacos. Nice.
Yeah, we don't have to decide right this minute, but
we got
what are you
free
thinking,
pizza
bro?
last week. You didn't even hear that.
But you're going to eat, right? No? Okay, good. I'm thinking Jack in the Box. Now, she just put that in my head. Those greasy, do you like those greasy? You don't like them, do you? But they have burritos and stuff, or you don't want anything like that. Yeah, look. Yeah, but don't. Come on. It's my treat.
You heard that we got free pizza last week, right?
Oh, because they spilled it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. I know. You know, I want to know. One time I had a bet with a friend. And if I lost, I had to buy pizza. Okay? So I lost. And something similar happened with the pizza. They were late, and they comped us the pizza. So my friend said, you didn't fulfill the bet. And I said, what are you talking about? It was my day to buy pizza, and I bought pizza.
I can see that.
And he says, yeah, but I said, so in other words, it's not the bet. You want to just cause pain, basically. You know, the fact that the pizza was free, what difference does that make?
Just because the fickle finger of fate poked him in the eye and not you, that's pretty cool, man.
Exactly. By the way, in Indiana, they call sandwiches grinders.
Oh, yeah, that's a nickname they give in several places, but grinders, yeah. And then it can't, and also sliders is another one.
Those are two things I call the dancers at. That's the two things I call the dancers at Diamond Cabaret.
Well, it was just bizarre coming from California and, you know, having to order a grinder, not knowing what the hell it was.
Without having a $5 bill.
So what did we
in
do
your
with
mouth.
cremation? We basically just answered questions, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We had no follow-up. Deputy D is on this door. Oh, I'm looking for this Nancy. I'm looking for Nancy here.
Good luck.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, the good thing about cremation, Tom, is you're dead.
She lives in the housing authority, right? Doc's case.
She basically was mold, asbestos.
Yeah, of course. It was everything in the world.
Place. Right. And she talks a mile a minute so that you can't understand her, and her phone sucks.
Oh, cripes. Coming back.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome, 303-713-TALK. Also, 303-MARTINO. Remember, you can call that anytime, day or night, and we'll line you up for the show. Nancy called a couple of weeks ago, and she was really upset with her place with the housing authority, I believe it was. Yeah, it was the 29th. Thank you very much. And she lives in Sterling Housing Authority for 8 years. In December of 24, just a few months ago, sewer backups occurred, rendered her bathroom unusable. They moved her to another apartment, and she is afraid that new apartment is now cross-contaminated. And at some point, Nancy, we got to figure out, is this in your head or is this in your apartment? Deputy Doc, I asked you to take...
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, they did test last week. They had a guy that just deals directly with mold because I put a demand letter for them to do that. He did swab test where I told him where I get most affected, and he did the swab test. And so they gave me a letter stating that he'll be back today. Well, apparently that must mean that the swab test that he took came up with something because he's going to have to treat it now. Okay, so what they're going to do is they're not going to give me the report because they don't have to, of course. But what I did is I had my friend put on gloves and goggles and all that kind of stuff and take samples from everywhere that I felt sick. But what I need help with is testing my own because what they're going to try to do is cover it up and not tell me anything
Nancy,
of their
I
findings.
understand. You want to do your own, Nancy, you want to do your own testing. I understand. Now,
yes, sir.
What I want to know is, Doc, did you look into this at all?
I've had several conversations with Nancy. The last one was on Friday.
What about with management, Doc, just to see what they think?
I called them. I didn't get a response back. But the last time I spoke to Nancy on Friday, she said that they were, in fact, having workmen come to fix some of the problems in her apartment, and she was going to get back to me and let me know, one, if they came, and two, what they did.
Okay. So, Nancy, I need some quick answers here without stories. I want to ask you, did they do any work at all in the new in this apartment you're in right now?
They had one contractor come in that did find mold, and when he did, they tore off the drywall in the front room. This was April 21st, and the wall is still exposed.
Okay.
So it's open. Still.
Okay.
Yes, they have not fixed that.
Have they done?
And then in the bathroom, but they did the bathroom.
Okay,
yeah.
so they did do their own testing. They did do their own testing, and you're not sure you can trust it. So you want to know where you can get your own testing done, right?
Oh no! I know I could trust it because the contractor called me and left me a voicemail stating that he did find mold. He left this on my voicemail, so I have that.
But didn't you just tell me
they treated it for an hour?
Didn't you just tell me you wanted to do your own testing?
But listen, there's another contractor. Yes, but I told them, I gave them the demand letter stating I want an outside company, a credible company to come and check directly for mold again. And so they did. They sent it, and he came on Thursday last week. His findings were, and apparently there's something here again because he's coming today to treat it. So that must mean that there's still mold here. There's something still here because the moisture that comes in my wall is still exposed. So all that moisture keeps coming in. You touch the wall, it's like a sponge.
Really?
It's soaked.
Really? So you
because
do.
The drywall's not there.
Yeah. So you can feel the moisture. I mean, it really.
I'm stuttering now.
So it's coming from the outside. It comes down the wall, and where does it come in? Where does it come into your apartment?
The whole north side of the whole wall.
Yeah, but where is it coming around?
Is
it coming in from the
all the way
windows?
to my bedroom.
Nancy, is it coming in through the windows?
From the windows and wall.
Okay.
Windows and wall.
Okay.
And flooring.
And tell me, have you ever?
They put the water sprinklers on at 12 o'clock at night till 1 o'clock in the morning, and that causes more moisture.
Okay.
And I know it right away because I started getting sick. I can't breathe.
Do they have any?
I feel it
do they have any apartments that are not on the ground floor?
They have two buildings. Yes, they're high-rise buildings. Yes, they do. Yes.
Do you think that might help you if you were not on the ground floor? Maybe if you were up higher, then you wouldn't have to worry.
I'm disabled. I'm disabled, Tom. I can't see that well. This contributed to me not being able to see hardly anything. I was losing hair. I have to take strong meds. I've seen all kinds of different specialists, which is awesome that UC Health has helped me so much.
Nancy,
to get into appointments to try to figure out
what are your current diagnoses right now? Tell me what's wrong with you right now.
Right now, okay. Right now, my eyes are deteriorating. They're failing. They might have to do corneal surgery on them. And then I have an autoimmune disease that I've contributed now that my body's fighting itself. It's attacking itself.
Okay.
How
long have you been
Nancy?
How long have you been disabled?
Yeah. only with vision. Only with vision. For probably 7 years, but for vision only.
I get it.
None of this other stuff.
When did the other stuff start?
I was able to walk. I was able to talk. I was able to breathe. Anybody that knows me knows
Nancy,
not me.
Nancy, I want you to listen for just a minute here. Just listen. You know,
I
mold
know, but I hate to be
exposure.
cut off. You guys don't
Nancy,
understand.
I don't think all of these problems are coming from that limited mold exposure you've had in that apartment. I think you're looking for a reason for these problems. And I'm just telling you that mold can give you some problems, but I just think that in your search for answers, you're latching on to this mold, and you're saying this mold is causing everything. And I don't think it is. I mean, I think you might be having some problems from mold, but the effects of mold exposure are so exaggerated with people because they're so afraid, or they're looking for, I'm just going to say it like it is, okay? Now, this is not against you, Nancy, but let me just say it like it is, okay? And put Nancy on hold. And what I'm going to do is have Deputy Doc call management and just see what they think about this situation. And if you don't get an answer, just keep calling back. I mean, let's get these damn people on the phone to give us at least an answer. Do they know the problem? What do they plan on doing? But I want to say something coming back on this mold issue, and it goes across to other issues as well. And really and truly, I'm going to unload, and I'm going back through my notes. So just stay tuned. We got more coming up.
Very nice.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape out here. You got a little bit of volume, but no problem spots. May see a little bit of slowing down the bottom of Floyd Hill. Construction work, actually, it's jamming up there right at US 6, opening up into the Veteran Memorial tunnels. They may be doing some rock scaling here today also. And US 6 west of Golden, up Clear Creek Canyon. Periodic delays there also. I-70 is running a little slow, approaching Colorado to Brighton, 270 out of Commerce City, and I-25 south coming into downtown. It's kind of bunched up a little bit. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems, one local source for cameras, key cards, fire and intrusion, offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
What does it mean when I say discount bath? Well, it's discounting your bath. And I'll tell you what. Discountbath.com really means it. Now, I looked into these guys because they're saying we're going to do baths cheaper and we're going to keep the quality up, and they do it. Here's what they do. They take less profit. It's that simple. Whether it's a hall room bath, a master bath, a bath in the basement where it's roughed in, or anywhere, take your smartphone and just video what you want done and narrate it. That's all. Just take your smartphone and say, I want to move this sink here. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then send it to discountbath.com. They'll give you an upload link at that website. So start with discountbath.com, and you'll find better pricing and great quality at discountbath.com. 720-979-2322. Start with a video. Get a price. Discountbath.com. Hey, solar is great. What isn't great is the industry. You got clowns walking around, knocking on doors, selling solar systems, and they're not a solar company. They're salespeople. And then the company that installs it, they don't know you. They don't know anything. They just know how to put panels on a roof. And then you have service? No, you don't have service. In fact, the people that sold it to you and installed it disappeared. With Red Rocks, you never have that problem. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they help you with your solar system. RedRocksRS.com. They can help you. They do the sales, they do the installation, they do the service. That's why they're called Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They even come by and take off the panels when you have a problem and have to put them back on, maybe with a storm. 303-704-2449. 704-2449.
Yep. Here you go.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Doc, he's good now.
Yes, sir. I sent her to the ER the other day because when she was on the phone, it sounded like she was having difficulty breathing. So I said, look, you need to go to the ER and get checked out. So she went to the ER, and they found there was nothing wrong. No. So at this point, she has no detectable pulmonary disease.
Okay, good point. Good note. Thank you. Good note. Thank you.
Sounds like she's a nut, Doc.
Oh, wait, we got Bo
so
there, too? My God, I didn't know all this.
Yeah, he just got in.
We got them all.
He just walked in unannounced.
I snuck in, so no one would ask me questions.
I need to put another station right there for so I can have more than 2, 3. Just one more would be perfect, I think.
Is Dimitri over there?
Yeah, D's here.
Hi, D.
You're on now, bro.
Slipping us the D.
Hi, Kitty. Hi, Princess.
Yeah, hi, Kitty.
Oh yeah, Princess is here.
You allergic
She's on the
sneezing
drum
cat.
set right now. Princess.
Oh, don't let it hurt the drum
I
set.
can't
Somebody
wait
go
till I
grab that
recover
pussy.
enough to get back on those. I love those.
So does Princess.
That is a beautiful drum set. You know that? You think I can get $500 for it? Just kidding. Those are pearl maples.
All right.
They're 6 or 7 ply pearl maple.
Yeah, that sounds fancy. I don't know anything about drums.
Maple is the shits.
Oh, really?
And if you
All right,
notice my
Ginger
drums,
Baker.
there's
You
no,
have to ask Bob Logan, who did this commercial.
there's no intrusions into the shells.
Oh, that's important.
Well,
Yeah, loves them.
Plum line
how do I put that?
services.
No intrusions. Like the way they do it is a very special way, so you don't get ringing.
Sometimes she likes to go into that hole.
Does she go inside?
Yeah. She loves that.
Oh, into the drum?
She's a pain in the ass. She really is. So, apparently, when I was talking about, I'm not going to talk about it anymore, but I was talking about declawing kitties. They don't do it anymore. I don't know if it's illegal, but in some states it is.
Really, even for dogs too, or just cats?
Well, they don't declaw dogs. I never heard of such.
What do you mean? Don't they usually have that?
You have the groomer.
What?
File
Yeah.
down the nails.
Oh, file them down.
Yeah, they declaw dogs.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
they
they
just
do.
trim them.
No, they don't.
They have that.
No, they
You
just
liar.
file them down.
Well, not on their
I just
regular.
can't have them putting up a fight when I put them in the air fryer.
Not for their main claws, but they usually have that one claw. It's kind of on their ankle.
I think it's called the dew claw.
Yeah, the dew claw's ugly.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the dew claw.
riveting.
They
Coming
declaw
back.
the dew claw.
Let's
The iHeartRadio app today.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, let me just say this, and then I'll take your other calls as well, but this is important. Whether it be mold, radon, asbestos, or other problems, there are certain people, I'm not going to couch my words, I'm just going to say it. There are certain people they're nuts, okay? They have problems that can't be pinpointed. They have chronic fatigue. They have aches and pains. They have jittery nervousness, respiratory problems, autoimmune problems. They are symptoms in search of a diagnosis. That's what they are. And their whole life is unbearable to them because of these so-called disabilities. And what I believe is people latch on to these as an excuse to be disabled, as an excuse not to live, as an excuse to sit back and let others take care of them or attempt to get disability and other things. They are looking for a reason, okay? Now, I am not saying these people are not ill or that these symptoms are not real. But what they're doing is they're hoping to find a reason for them so they can say, see, I have mold poisoning, or see, radon is doing this for me or to me. Asbestos is doing this. But all of these things usually take long-term, heavy exposure to have symptoms and to have diagnoses. But people are looking for a reason to be a deadbeat. I don't know how else to put it. They're looking for a reason to be a deadbeat. Now, my heart goes out to them because much of it is mental illness or emotional instability. And God forbid they get into an apartment and see some mold, then every problem they've ever had is going to be tied to that mold or that asbestos or whatever. People are looking for an excuse to check out of life. They just check out. They don't want to work. They want people taking care of them. They want some kind of an income. They want to be cared for. They want everyone to kowtow to their disability. And they start blaming people. And they look for reasons why they don't feel good or why they feel disabled or why they feel weak. Look, there are people who do have problems, but many of them stem emotionally, and they're tied to some event in their life or something that's not going well in their life. Then they start feeling bad. They get maybe headaches or aches and pains. They don't want to get out of bed. They start feeling sick. And then they go and hunt for the reason, for the excuse. And people love when they can find an excuse. Over the years, we have had people call this show, and they've even gone so far as to research on the internet what disease they have. And then they set out to find a healthcare provider to treat that disease. And trust me, you will find a provider to help you with something if it means taking money for it. It's just a shame that some people are checking out of life, and we hear from a lot of them. More coming up. So look at this Toyota. They want to know if could Deputy D knows if anyone in Toyota Club would be interested in buying this. It's an 89 stick shift.
Oh, no kidding. Can you forward that to me?
Yeah, I'm going to try somehow, yeah. I'll give you their name and phone. I'll give you their phone number. Let's see. I got to find. Okay, so let's see. Down. Copy text. Hold on. I'm going to be sending this from my Google.
Burner. Apparently, there was a wonderful turnout for the Run for Their Life race in Boulder on Sunday. To which even John Hickenlooper said, "You know, it's sad but true that after tragedies, that something beautiful usually comes. And the first thing I thought about was Kobe Bryant. Do you remember after he was humping up on that chicken eagle, he had to buy his wife that huge ring? See, something beautiful came from that horrible event."
One way to look at it.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary. It's Bo from the Troubleshooter Show. I'm calling to see if you want to talk about your case there with Jurassic Air.
Bottom of my
I'm going to
ass.
go on the air and talk about it anyway. Because it's been a
Love
week.
it. 3 more hours of this crap.
Give me a call on my cell phone. Thanks.
Anybody think about my needs?
What'd you do this weekend, Doc?
Just played some poker.
Yeah,
hit some golf balls.
So I got to go get coffee here.
Had a quiet.
So you play at the same golf course where Tom's house is, right?
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm going to give you his number right now. It's just hard for me to. It's hard to get it from there,
What's the
from
name of the
Google
golf
Voice to the
Cherry
other one.
Creek.
Okay. I got it now, and I don't have a name for him. All right.
You ever go into that fancy clubhouse and have a burger and stuff?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have them
Looks like a
delivered.
nice. I took a picture of that. But that looks like a castle.
We used to have them delivered. Remember, Doc?
It was post-COVID when this place was closed, and I was at Tom's for. We used to get hamburgers delivered all the time.
Yeah?
They have great burgers.
Really? That sounds good.
Victims are then asked to pay an application or an onboarding fee. And legitimate employers are not going to make you pay to work for them. The FBI average loss to job tech scams is $3,000.
Who are you trying to get on the phone?
Her name's Mary. I'm going to go on the air and talk about it. She called and complained about a contractor a couple of weeks ago where they charged her $5,600 for a gas valve. And I can't get them to... And then... Channel 9 News did a story about him a few months ago.
What did they do a story on? Ask them to put to listen to me, please.
I'm going to give it to Kelly so I can talk about it.
Who, the two in here?
Yeah, can you ask those guys to talk to me? I'm feeling left out.
Do you need some water or anything?
You know, Doc, I love the water.
Okay, you got it.
Well, Doc is leaving after I waved it to him to put on the headphones, so that helps.
Okay.
Here comes, what's his name? So you got one guy.
Bo?
Say something, Tom.
Yes?
Who did you say, what did 9 News do a story about?
It's about this case. They did a story about a company called Jurassic Air. They were taking people's money for water heater installations and then not doing the job.
We got a call on Jurassic.
They were not doing not doing any of the work.
Not doing any of the work, and then our caller, her name is Mary, called in 2 weeks ago. They charged her mom $5,600 for a gas valve installation. But and there's a horrible reviews on their website. I think they should go on the Sleaze Brigade. Also, Tom, I found something on Nextdoor where a couple's trying to get information to sue them. Thanks, Doc.
You know, we have our own problems, and here's what I think. I don't want to go out looking for problems that people bring elsewhere because it just turns out to be a trip to nowhere land. If they don't contact us, it's hard for me to to get in on it.
Then why'd you ask?
Tom, she called into the show.
Especially next door. Next door are a bunch of fucking...
It sounds like she called in, Tom.
Well, she did.
She called in.
And I got to see what I did with it.
I'm trying to... Okay, so Tom, she called in at 11:30 on Monday, May 19th.
She called in. What did
she
we
called
do about
in
it?
on
Did we have anybody look into it?
Yeah, you signed a case to me to look into it.
And what did you find?
I found that they're non-responsive. They won't return calls, and I've asked this Mary to call them. They just absolutely will not return my call. And I won't bring up the 9 News or Nextdoor, but this is a problem.
I don't care if you do bring them up. What I'm saying is that we need to do something about it. I mean, I didn't know that they were. I mean, like in other words, when they're not responsive. I mean, like fucking Deputy Doctor said. Well, they never called me back. I mean, well I should know about that. Then we start doing something about it.
Well, that's why I've been
taking that as the resolution. Well, they never. I have an update. What's the update?
No.
They never called back. You know, that's not an update. That's giving up.
Okay. I'm trying to get the caller to come back on the air so we can have her talk about it, Tom.
That would be a good idea.
I know. I mean, that's what I want. I think it gives us more radio if she can talk about it with me.
Yeah. All I was saying is when you call on something and they don't answer, that's not an update.
Okay. That's why I haven't brought it up.
We could give out their address on the air and tell people that ICE agents are heading down there for a raid and see what happens.
That'll get their attention quick.
Let's wait for she will call into the show.
Have you guys seen the ICE protests out in LA?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pretty
Yeah.
bizarre.
Ridiculous. Oh, not really. It's LA.
That's a good point.
Trust me. I grew up there. I know.
Literally Satan's anus.
Yeah. I know it's not enough.
So when you were living there,
All
was
right.
it just something different every day on the news?
You hear Henry's disappointment with the show starting? Holy.
Thank you, man.
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Now, listen, I got a question here, and it really brought up a good point. And that is Upside. Have you heard of the Upside app? There are a lot of apps that apparently have affiliations with gas stations and supermarkets and all of that, and they promise cash back when you use the app. And when you think about it, why is that? Well, these apps work in a certain way. They promise a business to bring them business. Now, we have Excel Roofing with us, and the reason I'm bringing them into this discussion, it's very simple. Businesses have what's called a cost of acquisition for customers. Every business in the world knows how much it costs them to bring a business to them, to bring a customer to them. Every lead, right?
Yeah, if it's a good business and they're tracking their numbers,
yeah,
it's very important.
It's very important. So in other words, let's just say a business calculates, and for every closed lead that they bring to the business, closed, not just a lead, but someone who becomes a customer. So you have advertising, you have all kinds of fees you pay all over the place. So you add them all up, okay? You add them all up. Then you divide for a period of time, like a 30-day period or a 60-day or 90-day, when you track. And then you track this period of time and you divide it by the number of closed leads or customers, not just the people who call, but actual customers. And what you come up with is a cost per acquisition, or some people call it different things. So they know for every customer that signs a contract, it costs them X amount of dollars. And again, that's proprietary, so I'm not going to ask necessarily what that is. Some people voluntarily say if they want to, but it is somewhat proprietary. For example, Henry, if you have a really good way of doing social media and you get a lot of free publicity, or you have ways of doing other things, your cost per lead might be way lower than another company, and that's proprietary on how you do it. Some people pay for everything, every mention, everything, and their cost per acquisition is higher. So when they have this cost per acquisition, they know that if you brought them a customer, let's say you're a friend and you have a friend who needs a roof. So let's just say Henry's, and by the way, I'm making all this up as far as the numbers go, but let's say a cost per customer for Excel Roofing is X amount of dollars. Pick a number, $250. Let's just say. It could be more or less, but let's just say this. Or company ABC, they spend $250 for every signed contract. So if I met with the owner and I say, hey, Henry, I have someone who wants to do a roof and they're waiting for my recommendation, and he knows it's going to cost him $250 to get a customer, he might say, hey, you know, Tom, I'll toss you $100 for that lead if they're ready to sign. So that's cost per acquisition. And when you know the cost per acquisition, you're willing to pay that for a customer because you're going to pay it anyway, or you're willing to pay less than that for sure. So with the Upside app or any kind of an app like that, what they're doing is they're saying to a business, we don't want any money from you except for the customers we deliver to you. And here's what we're going to do. to prove that we're delivering the customer to you, we're going to make them use our app. So for every customer that buys gas from you using our app, you can give us your cost per lead instead of giving it to Facebook or Instagram or some kind of advertisement.
It's essentially a lead gen company that's crediting the customer back.
Yeah, it's a lead generation company. So as you just said, so for example, let's say it costs them, for every customer that comes and buys gas, let's say it costs them $10. I don't know if it does, but let's just say there is a cost, no matter what, to every customer on every business everywhere. Even people who say, oh, I just go by word of mouth. Trust me, there's a cost per lead and a cost per customer. Those are two different things. A cost per lead is someone who just calls or Googles you. The cost per customer is when they become a customer. Like many times, like for me, for example, I bring leads. I deliver leads to companies, but it's up to them to close that lead. It's up to them to make that a customer. I can't make them a customer. So here's the deal. Upside app, let's say, delivers 100 customers and they get $5 per customer. They might give then that customer $1 for using the app. So every time they get a gallon of gas or fill up, they get $1 or they get $2 or $3, whatever. So as Henry said, they are sharing that finder's fee with the customer themselves. You could literally go to a place and say, listen, I want to do a roof, and I know that you pay so much per lead. Can I get a discount? I mean, it's really weird to put it in terms like that, but that's how leads work. Every single business pays for every lead. They also pay for every signed customer. Now, that's for a retail business doing business with consumers. But what about business to business? Well, Dimitri does a business to business thing. And Dimitri, I don't know how you assign a cost per customer because it's your time. Mm-hmm. You're driving around. Mm-hmm. You really can't advertise, hey, Mr. Warehouse who generates cardboard waste. Mm-hmm. We can take that cardboard waste from you and pay you for it. How do you advertise that?
You know, I really haven't found an effective way of advertising because, you know, my target market is so tiny.
It's business to business.
It's literally just it's not just that. It's even more narrow than that. It's literally like the operations manager at a production facility or a distribution center. I mean, my potential customers number only a few hundred in the entire state. So what works best for me is direct mail. I'm still one of these dinosaurs.
So you do have a cost per customer approximately.
It's very low. If I don't count my time, right? So,
but you got to count your time. So if you count your time, because you have to go and you have to go close them.
Yeah, I do everything from prospecting in person to interviewing the potential prospect. I then come back, present the proposal, and then I come back to try to close the deal. So it's literally just my time. I don't have any salespeople because I've never found
direct mail costs you something.
My direct mail is pretty cheap. It costs me between $1 and $1.50 to send out first-class letters.
Right. But if you have to send out 1,000 of them before you get a customer, then that's your cost per customer.
Yeah.
You said he had 100 prospects, right?
Yeah. For every 1,000 letters that I send out, I acquire about 2 customers.
Wow.
So it really, my direct
there is a cost there. So
it's over $500 per customer.
But that customer becomes a customer for life, hopefully.
For many, many years. And these are relatively profitable
accounts. Let's say your cost per customer is $500.
That's about right.
Let's just say. Mm-hmm. So for a signed customer that lets you recycle their cardboard, and they actually get paid for that, by the way. So if you're listening, we'll give you his information. But what he does is he recycles your cardboard and pays you for the cardboard he takes away. So you get rid of your waste, plus you get paid. Now, if it costs you $500 and a company comes to you and says, Dimitri, we're going to deliver customers to you with our app. All we ask is that you pay us $200 for every customer.
Gladly.
Right. Okay, so you pay $200 to them, and then they can then decide what to do with that $200. And that's what Upside's doing. Upside is saying to these gas stations, we're going to deliver customers to you, and we're going to prove it. They're going to use the app.
Mm-hmm.
And when they use the app and they come to you, you're going to give us a finder's fee. And then they split that finder's fee with the customer. And so that's how the customer gets money every time they fill up their tank. And it really works. So no, it's not a scam. It really does work. Somebody asks, how do they work? Do they really work? And yes, it is. Yes, it is real, and it does work. Now, 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. If you have any interesting things to talk about, give us a call, because this is all about consumer life, all about it. Let me get to my call screener here. I'm sorry. And let me get to you. Okay. I somehow missed my call screener. Who's up next? Let me see here. Let me just take my call screener. There we are. I'm sorry. I just closed it by mistake. So Henry wants to do a special, and this is really important. It's called a certification, and we'll talk about it coming up. When people buy or sell property, many times they ask for a certification of the roof. That's sometimes very confusing to people, because people say, wait a minute, the roof was certified. Isn't it guaranteed? We'll talk about that and more coming up. Plus your calls, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Meanwhile, if you're looking to compare insurance, or to make sure you're not paying too much, or to make sure you're adequately insured, free insurance checkups, theinsurancehelpcenter.com, 303-996-9000.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
All right. Gravina's has windows, heritage, value, and warranties. Gravina's windows, siding, and doors has more than 50 brands they deal with. That means you can find the one for you. Your fix and flip, your rental, your dream house, your vacation home. Gravina's windows, siding, doors, and heritage that other companies just pray for. This company's been around for years. Larry took over from his dad. He's on 950 West Evans. And then Nick is joined his dad. And so you have the Gravina's heritage. 303-GRAVINA. 303-GRAVINA or gravinas.com. American Financing has partnered with me to bring you the Smart Equity Loan. Now, let me tell you why this is important. We get a lot of people at my financial advisement firm and people calling the show, and they want to start building wealth, but they have all this money going out in high interest debt. You can't build wealth with high interest debt. So what American Financing is doing is they're letting you use part of your equity, and they sometimes only need a bank statement to do it. And they get you an equity loan to pay off that high interest debt, just that part. And then you can choose to pay that off quicker. You can choose to pay it off on a regular time schedule, or maybe even slower. But what it does, it gets rid of the high interest. It gives you time to breathe. It improves your credit, and you save hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. American Financing, the Smart Equity Loan, or you may need a complete refi and pull cash out. Whatever it is, you can trust my friends at AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000. 695-7000.
Thank you. Well,
thanks.
If you had it that low, yeah, you get some good HOA people that live there. And you take
What's your name?
Working for themselves instead of having
Don, D-O-N?
to come in and the HOA fees get out of control.
Perfect. Okay, hang on for me. He'll be right with you.
We really need to explain roof certifications because people do not understand.
I'm not going to talk about my kids because Tom thinks that by them not calling back, it's not an update. I think it is, but I'm.
You know what?
Okay, I don't know what
Let him be.
Okay, okay. I'm not going to argue about it.
I start chemo
Hopefully
again
she'll
this
call
week.
in.
You know,
I know.
Looks
Super.
Like his size, doesn't he?
At least I'm on the other side of it, right?
I was over there. I was over there last.
Hey, but I gotta say, and it was great seeing you Friday. I'm sorry that it was, some form of an internal thing like pancreatic. Wouldn't parts of it be more fun if it was prostate? Because at least like the discovery phase would be kind of fun, and then regular checkups, woohoo! Right? No. It's like with testicular cancer that you go, I don't know, the left one's a little tender, doc. Try the right one again. See, no, go back to the left.
What are you talking about?
Digital manipulation, and I'm not talking about a computer.
Your testicles?
Because I'm saying that if you had to get a cancer, maybe one where the doctor's kind of yanking you around a little bit would be fun. No.
Shannon, did they have a big party for Kathy Friday?
Yeah, I guess they did.
I was talking to she. Oh, you weren't here?
No, I do not fraternize with coworkers.
Oh, you liar.
No.
Very true.
Really?
I can speak to that.
Are you an introvert, Shannon?
No, I just can't stand the people I work with.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Literally avoids them like the plague.
I found after 30 years they don't do anything for me, so we're even.
Hey.
That's a very pragmatic way to look at things.
Yeah, really, Shannon? Okay.
Huh? Occasionally I will do something inappropriate for a Golden Corral gift card, but that's where I draw the line. A large pro-Israel event has been canceled amid terror threats. Kind of just
We're in L.A.?
probably because you can't show up packing there.
Good Lord.
So we have to cancel. As opposed to return
So
fire,
the
which would be
funniest
better.
thing was my dad during the 92 riots.
Yeah.
We were driving back from Purdue during that whole thing. And my dad was working in Century City.
Olay.
And he basically had to stay in a hotel because he was like, I ain't going out in that with my car and being white. It's not going to happen.
America, a storytelling show.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we're going to talk about certifications. I want to take Don first on Leaf Guard. By the way, there have been so many companies over the years that have tried to help you keep your gutters clean. Some of them work better than others. They're not bad. Some of them actually are pretty good. And the whole idea is to keep your gutters clear and running. And I'm going to take Don's call. But first, I want to ask Henry from Excel Roofing, as in excellent, as I always say, excelroofing.com. Henry, why is it important to keep gutters clean? I want the dumbed down version. Why is it important? I mean, people look at the gutter and say, well, that's not my roof. So what is it about the gutters that help your roof?
So there's a couple different things. So number one, a lot of times gutters will sometimes run underground, and when those get clogged, it causes a whole bunch of issues. As well as when gutters get
gutters drain to underground?
Yeah, they have usually a downspout. It'll go underground for a little bit
and then spill out somewhere.
Exactly. If something like that happens, that's a whole lot of problems.
You can get groundwater around your foundation that way, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then the secondary thing is when you have a bunch of like leaves or debris in your gutters and that water is backflowing flowing through the back of the gutter, it might get into your fascia board, start rotting out that fascia,
Okay.
causing damage to
So
the
it can
actual
actually
house.
go up and between the gutter and the fascia board.
Absolutely. The gutter is meant to drain water in a specific direction. So if the gutter's plugged, right, that water has nowhere to go. So it's going to start draining onto the house. It'll sit on the house.
Do a large
It might
number
be
of
ponding.
houses have clogged gutters?
A lot do, and people, they overlook it because it doesn't seem like a major issue until your whole fascia is rotten out, and that's something you'll see in like
And it
5 years.
It can even back up into the attic in some cases, right?
You know, I think that's more of a rare case, but
Okay.
yeah, it could happen.
All right, now, Don, what is your comment on Leaf Guard? Now, Leaf Guard brags, and by I don't mean that in a bad way. Leaf Guard's claim to fame is that they're one unit. It's not a covering, but the whole, I believe it's a whole gutter system. What is your comment on that, Don?
Yes, sir. I bought, first of all, I've been listening since Flo Doyle and Father John.
Oh, my gosh.
But 2 years ago, So 2 years ago, I bought a leaf filter, and recently they're developing.
Wait, did you buy Leaf Guard or Leaf Filter? What are you talking about? Which one?
Leaf filter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Leaf-
The computer.
Leaf filter.
Okay, Leaf Filter. What is Leaf Filter?
Essentially the same thing, I guess.
Is it a gutter or is it a covering on a gutter?
It's the covering on the gutter.
Is it a cap or a mesh?
It's a mesh, and it was like 5,400 or something. Leaf filter, yes.
Yeah, they're really expensive.
Yeah, my file.
Is it working well?
So it developed. Well, it was, but it developed about a half an inch, 3/4 inch gap, and was developing, sucking in debris. I called them and told them about it, and they said it was going to be $99 to come out and look at it. And I said, well, it's a lifetime warranty. And I said, let me wait till, this was Friday. I said, let me wait till Monday. I'll call Tom Martino and see what he thinks about it. And they called me back the next day and came out and did it for free.
Oh,
so you saved me
what
$99,
did it turn out to be? Thank you. What did it turn out to be?
The gentleman who came out said it was installation, something with installation. So,
okay.
It was just enough of a gap that was allowing debris to get in the gutter.
Now, there are so many systems. I'm looking at Leaf Filter right now, and on the surface, when you look at it, it doesn't look bad. Has it been working other than this one problem? Has it been working pretty well?
Yes, sir. I had some problem with the ice dam on it, and I had to install some of that
heat cable, right?
Yeah.
Now, by the way, that is a common problem with a lot of gutter protection systems.
And just to clarify, the ice damming is not caused by the gutter protection, but it makes it much more prone to ice damming. And so if there was any prior ice damming, any like the way that it could happen, it just makes the problem substantially worse.
Let's just explain, what is ice damming,
So
Henry?
ice damming is when a bunch of like water or ice collects at the end of your roof and it freezes, and that it makes.
Now, why doesn't it go into the gutter and why does it dam?
Well, there's a couple different ways it happens. So when it rains and then freezes, it collects at the edge of the roof and then just creates kind of like a wall of ice. But usually it happens up in the mountains where the water, it melts down the roof and it collects right before the gutter. And then it just starts freezing in the gutter, freezing on the roof.
Okay.
And it'll take down the gutters with it.
Okay. All right. So, Don, did you install heat cable?
I did. I had somebody come out. It was right over my wife's wheelchair ramp, so it was pretty dangerous in the winter. So I had somebody come out.
Good call.
And, put it up.
I think anyone who does gutter protection of any kind needs to put in heat wire, no matter who it is, no matter what kind. Did you look at Gutter Helmet when you were looking around? Because they used to do a lot of advertising.
I did. I looked at them, and I looked at a couple of different ones that are on there, and this one just seemed to be rated pretty good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Don. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Cindy has a comment on prepaid funerals. because I talked about me personally. I would put money away maybe in a trust or in some kind of it's a trust account to prepay for it, but I would not pay an institution. We've had cases in the past where people pay institutions, but what happens is those institutions either they go bad or they disappear. So what's your question or comment, Cindy?
Hi. So I just wanted to say my husband and I prepaid for funeral services, probably 25 years ago.
Really?
And with Haran and McConaty.
Okay.
Yeah. And, we paid so much less than what the cost is now.
Oh, yes.
And somebody who wants to do it, who's middle-aged or whatever, it's really, I'm assuming costs for funerals are going to continue to go up. But we paid so long ago that it's going to cost us almost nothing compared to what
Can you
it
give me
costs
some
now.
real figures, Cindy? Can you tell us what you paid and let's compare it to today's cost? What did you pay?
We paid about $5,000 total. They'd have to arrange for their own cemetery plot. That's not included.
So 5,000 is for one. Is it for one?
Get,
is it for first to die? Is it for two? How many plans for 5,000? One?
It's two. That's what we paid total.
Wow.
Right around there. I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
That is a good deal, Cindy.
Recently.
That's like $2,500 a piece. That's
it was great.
Very inexpensive.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't recommend paying up front, but you picked a good place, and there is an exception for really good places. Haran and McConaty, they've been around for years and years, and right now they've been taken over by a larger company, but they still have that heritage that you can trust. So Cindy, it worked out it worked out really good for you. That same cost right now, what would that cost you right now? About $6,000 each?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this includes, the funeral service and the cremations and the the box that you go in and all of that kind of stuff.
I like the way she put that,
all
the
of
box
the
that you go
programs and the service and all that kind of stuff.
Well, thank you for calling.
Like I said, my husband's a veteran, so we get buried. I have one more question real quick.
Go ahead.
My grandson a year ago was arrested for a third-degree assault at high school. He did all of his community service. He did his anger management class. We turned in the paperwork before the deadline, but we've just gotten a letter saying that he didn't turn in the paperwork. There's a warrant for his arrest, and we have to appear in court. So I'm wondering if this is a final thing and we have to just get a lawyer and go to court again, or whether I can go and show that we turned it in before the date and they'll reverse it or whatever.
Cindy, I need to know, in different jurisdictions, it's handled by different people. So hold on a second. Do you have the notice that was sent to you?
I have it right in front of me.
All right, hold on, and I'll come back to it, okay? I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I'll give you the answer. Ed, what is your comment on leaf filter, real quick? Go ahead, Ed. What is your comment?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I just heard you guy talking about the gutters that kind of go below the ground, and I have one.
Yeah.
And what is the best? Is there a salute? Because
you mean for clearing them out?
I had a recent roof job done. Well, I don't know what's below there. I mean, they seem to.
Okay.
When it rains really heavily.
All right. Henry Brett, Excel Roofing. I think one of the best ways to clear those out is called water jetting, where you can send they send a small nozzle through a hose, not a regular hose, but their high pressure hose, and they insert it up on top. They go down your downspout. It goes underground, and it water jets it to where it lets out. But in some cases, it's cheaper to start over where it enters the ground and just do one right next to it. Henry, what were you going to say?
So just really quickly, I'm curious. You're saying that this happened right after the roofing project?
They clogged it up, probably.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, see, it has happened before. I had that roofing job done, and they did a complete gutter. But when it would rain heavily, that point where it would go underground, I could see it like kind of flooding upward.
Yeah, that is not
so
good.
I know there's got to be restrictions.
That is not good.
Really high probability that some roofing debris got into there. So like some plastic cap. Those.
But no matter what got in there, he's got to clear it out.
Absolutely. So I mean, as far as doing a water jet, though, it might not blast that out because it's more heavy duty debris.
Sometimes it's easier, isn't it, to just do a side by side, just do one right next to it and divert it. In other words, Ed, it's not expensive to where the downspout meets the dirt to just do alongside the old one, do a new one, and just divert that downspout to the new one. And by the way,
I understand, but it's right in the walkway, so you either have to step over it one way or step over it the other way. It's just completely.
I don't know. Okay, you got to hold on. We're getting way. We're getting, look, I got to take a break and I'll come back to you. And also Cindy about the deferred sentence. Ed, hang on, because I'm not sure I'm understanding when you say it's in the walkway. If there's a concrete walkway, it goes underneath the walkway, and those are very easy to reinstall. Or if it goes over the walkway, I have no idea what that's about. But hold on and we'll talk about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we had a crash southbound 25 at Spear. It looks like it's going to be on the shoulder. It's been a little busy coming in and out of downtown. Not a real big delay, though.
No, go ahead.
Pena is running heavy coming out of the airport around Tower, taking you back on to I-70. It may take a few extra minutes, actually, on that stretch coming out of the airport. All the other freeways are pretty light. There is some slowing out west on I-70. It looks to be road work related. 32nd and Youngfield. We're still seeing delays coming down Floyd Hill with a crash off to the right side on I-70 westbound. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, becoming a landlord can be very lucrative, but if you do it in the wrong way, it can just eat your lunch. So many people try buying rentals where they live, and it's a bad idea, man. Denver and Colorado is not a great rental market right now. What you need is Vestera Turnkey. They help you identify markets around the country that have great upside potential and good, strong rental. And then what they do is they help you even find a management company to keep track of it. And Vestera even takes your day-to-day phone calls. They hold your hand through the entire process. You become a landlord without the risks and hassles of ordinary landlords, all right? So what you do is contact them, mybiggestreturn.com. You will love this way of doing business, mybiggestreturn.com. That's Vestera, 303-888-3788. Hey, are you buying a used car? Maybe you need someone to look that car over, and you need SheridanAutotech.com. Sheridan, they have heritage, they have longevity, they have value, they have knowledge, experience, everything you want in an auto repair facility. Whether you're checking out a used car for around $120 or you have any maintenance or repairs, including electrical, think SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242.
Very nice.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah, what's going on?
Are you done with Ed?
No.
Okay.
Wasn't he calling about the downspout? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, DoorDash.
The
Who do you
itsy
use?
bitsy
Do you use
spider.
DoorDash? You like it better? Okay.
We also
Oh, all
have
of a sudden my door. Oh, there it is, DoorDash.
He might
Okay.
have
I'm going
deleted
Jack in the
Cindy.
Box
Did you want
tacos.
Cindy?
I love
No.
those things. Those greasy pieces of shit. I love them.
Are
I
you done
love
with
them.
Cindy?
But I'm not getting those
Probably
mini
not.
pieces of shit. They do not work.
God, what is going on there?
Don't you tell me
He wants to.
I want tacos.
He wants to jack in a taco.
You have what? Okay. Yeah.
Hey, did you want to still talk to Cindy about her grandson?
Yes, yes, all of that. Yes, thank you very much for asking. Yep. Tell him I'm coming back to him.
Okay. Okay, and do you want Joe Lazara?
Do I want Joe Lazara? That wouldn't be a bad idea. That wouldn't be a bad idea if we can get him. That would be great. Where are your fucking plain tacos, you piece of shit? Jesus Christ. There they are. God damn it. So,
the hell is
will
wrong
two of them
with
be
you?
fine? Two for you?
2 tacos? Look at you people. You need to eat something.
I'm going to have some tacos.
Oh my
Shut up.
gosh. God, you just got liberated from Poland. Eat something.
Yeah, I did get liberated. But do you want any sides? Do you want fries? Or anything? I mean,
curly fries.
we would have
The
had
Jack
food
in
by
the
now
Box.
if Henry told us he was ordering. Jesus Christ. Well, I would have never ordered without at least telling you that we were going there so you could, because I was going to treat you. Okay.
Gen Z's pretty selfish.
Do you want anything to drink?
I'm not leaving in 15 minutes. This sucks, Kelly.
Ooh, this doesn't look good. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I got all kinds of notices. We love you. Join our club. They want you to join this thing where you pay every month. I don't even understand why you would do that. Yeah, but why? What did... This is DoorDash. I love DoorDash. How about for some fun? You want some onion rings? Come on, man. You're no fun. You're like Henry. You're going to go secretly order something without telling me. You want churros? I know you don't. What should I get for my man over here? I'm going to get some nuggets,
Do
maybe.
they still have super tacos? That
I don't even know what that means.
It's something that Doc used to have to treat in the 80s. Oh, looks like you got a bad case of super taco. Very inflamed.
Forget you, bro. You just ordered without even telling us. I was going to make it a whole thing. All right. Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. So, Ed, I got to get this picture right, okay? Ed, you say you have downspouts, and then they go underground, and then presumably they daylight somewhere, meaning they empty. So you're having what you believe is some clogging in there because you see it kind of boil over when you get a heavy rain. Okay, I told you that one of the solutions some people do is they just put a whole new ditch in and bury a brand new one and just divert the downspout to the new one. It's easier sometimes than trying to figure out where the old one is and how to clean it. But then you mentioned something about a walkway.
Yeah. So when you look out the front door and you start walking out the, on the porch and then going out to, your garage, car, whatever, it's like right there on the side. And it's not like a French drain where you have all the rocks and everything. I mean, it is underground, and I think there's a clog. I think there's an obstruction. So I guess the quick question I have, I'm thinking about inside the house, when the drains back up, you get a liquid plumber or something like that.
No, that won't work.
Is there a product that you can kind of...
No. Those outside drains, they
that.
might have stones, rocks, mud, leaves. They might have, as Henry pointed out, construction debris from when they did your roof. But no, there is no liquid. There is no liquid in the world that you can use for an outside drain spout. You might want to try water jetting. You can rent a water jet from a local rental place, and you can jet that thing for yourself. Just go and put it, disconnect the downspout and go underground and see what it gives you. It might work. But as I said, the other way to do it, is just do a brand new one. Now, do you have a concrete walkway when you were talking about that walkway, or is it just dirt?
Yes.
Yes.
Concrete.
Okay. So does the downspout cross underneath the concrete, or you don't know?
The downspout's on the side of the house, but then there's like a...
the extension, I meant. Does the extension go underneath the walkway?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You can divert the new one anywhere you want it. And you just have to take it at least about how many feet from the house? At least 25 feet from the house, I would say. And then you want to have it daylight somewhere. That just means it just drains out onto the lawn or a ditch or something like that. So you have two ways of doing it. You can go ahead. Sorry.
The positioning of that downspout, and I have tried this before, to put like a little, kind of, a lever sort of, extension on that gutter but you have to step over it. And it's kind of a pain in the butt.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So it's just one of those, but okay, well, I appreciate it. And I think, maybe getting a high pressure, try to blow all that. But if there's a big backup, like you said, leaves, debris from the roofing job, all that stuff in there, I mean, how effective is that going to be for me to try to blast that all out? It's just going to create another
That's the problem, Ed. It
Hey,
may
Tom,
not.
can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead, Doc.
Hey, Ed, why don't you call up Gary Sullivan? He's on this station on the weekends, and he knows everything about this kind of stuff.
Okay, I appreciate that. That referral, Doc. But right now, the solution is easy. You either clear the one that's there or you put a new one in. And many, many people elect to put a new one in. You can route the new one anywhere you want. It's very easy to do. You're putting in a brand new extension to your downspout, so you can curl it and move it anywhere you want to a nice clear area away from your sidewalk and be done with it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Doc, were you talking about someone who does a weekend show?
Yeah, on this station.
Yeah, okay. So
it's called Around the House.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, I know. Ken Moon used to do that. Ken Moon doesn't do it anymore?
Right. And now Gary Sullivan.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good show. Okay. Thank you very much. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we had a crash south on 25 at Spear. It looks like it's going to be on the shoulder. It's been a little busy coming in and out of downtown. Not a real big delay, though. Pena is running heavy coming out of the airport around Tower, taking you back on to I-70.
How would they clean it?
It may take a few extra minutes, actually, on that stretch coming out of the airport. All the other freeways are pretty light. There is some slowing out west on I-70. Looks to be road work related. 32nd Youngfield. We're still seeing delays coming down Floyd Hill with a crash off to the right side on I-70 westbound. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ZeroResDenver.com. That's the website for ZeroRes, and the name says it all. Zero residue. They take out all the crap from past cleanings and allergens and pathogens, and they leave nothing behind. Your carpets not just look clean and new, they feel it too. They use less water, and that dries faster, and they stay clean longer because there is no residue. That's ZeroResDenver.com. Healthy for you, for pets, and for kids. Get your home cleaned. Even the indoor air quality will be better. 303-471-5150. 471-5150.
I'm concerned.
Thursday. All right.
Okay. Would you like to send us an email at help@troubleshooter.com?
So what do I have here? Where's the tip? I'm going to tip more than that, for God's sakes. Do people only tip that much money for a DoorDasher? Why would you even bother doing it?
Hey, you're just asking for saliva that way.
No,
I mean, they had a tip built in for $3. I mean, come on.
You
Jack
couldn't
in the
pay
Box
me
is on its way,
$3 to get
and
through
Henry
the
gets
8 layers
nothing.
of security at your house. Yeah.
I love to watch on YouTube.
What's that?
All this stuff with sovereign citizens. You know what they are?
Well, I would have ordered from there for you.
Crazy people who believe that by doing certain things, they exempt themselves.
Yeah, don't order repeatedly. You keep bugging the guard at his
I know.
gate.
Exactly.
So one of the things they do, they believe that
I try to make sure to
a lot of this stuff is from traffic stops. They believe that they
Do you know what? I've seen people order one thing, like a Blizzard from Dairy Queen. Can you imagine having just...
Oh,
I mean, that's
interesting.
like a waste.
Traveling.
Do you know what they're doing to the planet? These places. Do you care? So wait. You were talking about something spying on you. Wait a minute. What were you talking about? And you said you wouldn't do that either. Why would they send a map to your home? Yeah, but tell me what...
So they get stopped by the cops all the time, and usually they get arrested.
Why?
But they believe this, all this kind of weird stuff, and when they go to court, they say, well,
Come
my
on.
name because on my birth
You liar, pants on fire.
on my birth certificate, but it's actually in small letters, so they, you know, it's just
Oh, that
weird,
little technicality. They're trying to
weird
find.
stuff. And they believe this crap. So, you know, but the reason I was going to bring that up is because some of the cops
Didn't know what to sell you.
are just plain stupid. You see some of these
So wait a minute, brother.
also,
Do they see cops that come to it and let them go?
no,
So in my house,
I
there
take
with
it back.
stools and
It's-
stuff. I mean, everyone
it's not
thinks
the
they have
cops
a
on
unique
that,
house,
it's cops
but-
on the
so
other
it's
thing,
going to see
which
where
are
it can
the
go.
free speech auditors.
Does it ever get
These guys
stuck?
go around with cameras
A lot, probably.
on public property and film
And
all
it
sorts
does.
of stuff.
So
And
the idea is to keep
people,
those little
like they film a
flecks and
business
shit
or a
from.
bank, and the business or the bank will call up, have the cops come and try and take them away.
Really?
And you know, their defense is, I'm on public
So
property.
will it go from my floor to a
filming,
carpet
there's nothing you can do
and
about
back?
it. And the cops don't understand it.
And like where you have chairs under a table, what is
You
it?
can stand anywhere on public property and film all whatever you want. There's no
Okay, I got to get one now. Now you got me all flustered here. Which one's the best? Come on now.
public offices like post offices or libraries or city halls with a camera, and then people confront
Hey.
them and they say, you can't do anything about it because I'm allowed to film in public and this is publicly accessible.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303 713-TALK, 713-825. Okay, so we talked about roof certifications. What is a roof certification? Well, many times you'll see when somebody's buying a house, they'll ask for a roof certification. What does that mean, Henry? What is, with Excel Roofing, what is a roof certification?
Yeah, absolutely. And to speak to all the real estate agents out there, a roof certification is something that is required by the transaction to verify that the roof is good for another 5 years or so. We see this with home sales and then also refinancing of the home. And so if anybody out there is looking to sell their home, is selling their home, is a real estate agent, I'm going to save you about $500 right now. So
how are you going to do that?
I'm going to offer this for free. XL Roofing will come out to your property, to your listing, whatever it is, and we will do a roof certification for 100% for free. The number is 303-761-6400.
A 5-year roof certification.
5-year roof cert. And what that says is, in our professional opinion, this roof is certified to last for 5 years, and it does not need to be replaced.
Now, a home inspector can't do a roof cert, can they?
Depending on their qualifications, but they're usually required to be a licensed roofing contractor.
Okay, so a roof certification is on refis as well as buying and selling.
Yes, it can apply in different ways, yep.
And lenders are the ones that want it. They want to know if they have to foreclose on the house that the collateral doesn't need a roof.
Absolutely, and it's just to verify that the roof is in good condition and will last another 5 years.
Now think about that, people. Right now, if you need a roof certification, you call now and you mention the Martino Show, you will get 100% free a 5-year roof certification, providing, of course, the roof passes, right? It's a free roof certification inspection, and if it passes, you get the free roof certification. And all you have to do is call 303-761-6400.
Take our number down. That's 303-761-6400.
And Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. That's an incredible deal. Now, I have a question for everyone, and we're at the end of this hour, but we're going to come back, and I need to know. Roomba what are the other ones? I want to know if they work. I want to hear from people who actually have them. You know, I'm forever now looking at, I'm one of these guys, if I see a fleck of something on the floor, I either have to get my broom out or I take a paper towel or something. And I want to know, do these really work? But don't call me unless you have one. I want to know, are they worth having? Do they actually roam around your house, or do they end up getting stuck all the time? Let me know. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
Awesome.
Can we get it there? No, she didn't set it up. You want me to get it?
Sure, you know how to do it?
I'll do it.
I tried
Let's
to do
see
it
where
once and
our
she
food
scolded.
is that Henry is not getting.
Just like Friday,
Well, I know where my food is. I will be joining it.
Why don't you go eat?
I have chips and salsa.
Good morning.
Some what?
Troubleshooter Show.
No, thanks. But you ought to go eat while you're, I'm going to go get some, just take a walk.
All right, don't run off. I'm the idiot that runs the audio.
I'm going to watch the clock. Don't worry.
I'm no help. Hang on.
Your mic's on too, bro.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Do you want to go in there and work with him on it? All right, then butt out. None of your business. I think he's working on the big none of your business bill. That's kind of funny. The big, beautiful none of your business bill.
Huh.
That's okay, Doc. I can check it out. I just scoot around and look at your screen. Here she. We're just hanging out.
What are you doing?
Oh, she's trying to get the screen
I
out.
was trying to do something.
Okay, I can do that.
We didn't want to bother you, Kelly.
Yeah, well, bother me, okay?
Oh, no, I bothered you last week and you got okay. All right.
Yeah. Always bother me. That's the first.
All right. Say hi to you while you walk in. Did I startle you?
Well, I had my headphones on.
Oh, I got
You
you.
know.
Let me spray some.
Oh, no. Oh, good.
So is Kathy really not coming back?
Correct.
Wow. I should have stopped in front of her. She's been very nice to me. I didn't know she was here for 30 years.
35. Okay, you're all set.
Thanks, pretty slow. I had a couple updates, but I think I'll wait. She got nervous. Oh. All right.
Oh, great. Cool. Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Hello, Tom Martino Show.
Hello.
Okay. Would you like to send us an email about it? We can address it directly with the sponsor. Would you like to send us an email about it and we can address it directly with the sponsor?
Put the air conditioning on around the house.
Oh, it feels nice. I did notice it came on, and I was kind of surprised.
That I had it on.
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Yeah, my body's getting back to normal a bit.
Good.
As far as that kind of shit.
And you're getting cravings, which is awesome. That's a very important part. So definitely on the mend.
energy's holding up.
Yeah, I've noticed. You sound totally normal. You're moving around totally normal.
Henry
That's
just
good,
had
Tom.
a burrito.
Thanks, dude.
All by himself.
The whole thing?
Yeah. I'm just kidding.
He ordered from somewhere else.
Yes, what? I'm here.
Yes, what? I'm here.
Are you?
What does Joe want?
To talk about done right.
Oh, that's impossible. They never get complaints.
Did you get your AC upgraded?
No.
It's cold down here.
Well, here, but upstairs. It's terrible.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. The most beautiful walk-in showers you ever want to see with sheet porcelain. It's unbelievable. No maintenance and beauty. And they can do the porcelain not just in the shower, but they can do it in your backsplashes, around your bathroom, wainscoting, RenewHomeInnovations.com. They do the whole job in 2 or 3 days, and you have months to pay. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. All right, what's happening in your life? I have Excel Roofing with me, and I have Jay Bretts with, not Jay, Jay's the original owner. Henry joined his dad, and Henry's with us today. We're talking about roof certifications. A roof certification, whether you're buying or selling a property, you may be asked for one, or refinancing a property. Lenders often want to know the condition of the roof, and it goes far beyond a normal house inspection. It's called a certification. And so what a roofer does is goes up there and basically says what, Henry? What does a roofer say?
Yeah, so the real estate agent will call a roofing contractor out, such as XL Roofing. We'll go up onto the roof and basically write a letter stating, hey, in our professional opinion, we believe that this roof will last an additional 5 or so years. And that's so that they can process the real estate transaction. This kind of service is usually about like $400-$500, but like I mentioned before, we're offering this for free right now. 303.
And is it? Go ahead.
761-6400.
Give that again.
303-761-6400.
Somebody asked by text, how long is this good for?
The roof certification it'll process.
No, I mean like when, how long is this free offer? Is it today only? If they call?
If they mention the Martino Show, I'll push this out as far as we need to.
Okay, so if you mention the Martino Show, you'll get a free roof certification inspection, free. That's all you have to do is mention Martino, and that's like a $400 or $500 value.
And you know what? It's not something that you really think about that often.
No,
it's not. But then as soon as you need it, you really need it.
That's exactly right. Like you're refining, they say, we need a roof certification. Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Joe, what's going on with you, Joe?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
A couple of things. First of all, since you have XL Roofing in the house, I would like to say that they came out to my house last Thursday and did some work on my roof. Very professional, totally satisfied. Great advertiser you have on your show. They do great work. And I'm very pleased with them.
Good.
I'm
glad.
For the not so good. They were great. Absolutely great. Now for the not so good. And this concerns Done Right Plumbing.
Wait,
I had them come out to my house.
It's called Done Right Plumbing?
It's called Done Right, whoever they are.
But did you say it's a plumber though, right? It's not the Done Right, the good home improvement company Done Right, right?
Well, I called them up and they wanted to know what I wanted. I think they're kind of one and the same, but they do provide plumbers.
Well,
because
okay, how do you spell it?
DONE, and they have it on the truck. Done right.
No,
RIGHT.
it's not done right. Okay. I know who you're talking about. It's not Done Right Kitchen and Bath. It's not the Done Right family, the Shikini family you're talking about. You're talking about a plumbing contractor.
Okay.
And it's called Done. I know who you're talking about.
Hey, Joe, Henry here. I wanted to thank you for your business. We really appreciate it.
Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. He didn't hear you. Henry just said thanks for your business, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I heard him tell him he's more than welcome. I was very pleased.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the company that you're talking about is Dunn Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. What's the issue with Dunn Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric?
They tried to scam me.
How?
And they tried to scam me because they came into my home. I called them. I needed a bathtub drain replaced. A bathtub drain. Not the plumbing, just the drain inside of the tub. And they wanted to charge me $1,400 to do it.
Wait a minute.
This guy wanted to cut my PVC pipe. Yeah.
Joe, I need to know something. When you say the drain, tell me about, is this a tub?
Yeah.
This is a bathtub. And what was wrong with the drain?
Yeah. Over the years, because I live in Commerce City and we had bad water, over the years, the drain the drain in the tub just corroded and it needed replacing. Nothing else, just the drain. And of course, the drain in the tub screws into the plumbing, the pipe underneath the tub.
Right.
And that's what I needed replaced.
Can I ask you something, Joe? Because a lot of times I had an issue one time where I had to change out that drain, the whole circle, you know, that whole drain circle that goes down and it has a stub of about 4 inches that meets up with the regular drain. I know what you're talking about. But on some tubs, you have to lift the entire tub to get to it. Is this an enclosed area like a tub that has an enclosure around it? Or is this a freestanding tub? What kind of tub is it?
It's a freestanding tub in a shower and the pipes go into an open basement. Now here's the deal.
So you mean to tell me they could go downstairs and do it from downstairs in the basement? If you go into your basement and look up,
you can see the pipes. Yes, but the way that but what happened, Tom, is when he left, I called up my cousin. He came over. We managed to get an extractor from Amazon, and we got the drain out. I went to Lowe's, picked up a drain, came back. The whole job cost me $38, and my bathtub is working just fine.
Okay.
I just didn't get that. He was talking about cutting my PVC pipes, and he wanted to do all kind of crap down there. I was having none of it, and so he's a plumber. And I took him downstairs. I showed him everything. So he knew. It's not that he can't say he didn't know or something was enclosed. Because like I said, it's totally open under there. You pull the insulation out and you can see the pipe goes underneath inside of the tub. None of that has to be removed. I didn't remove any of that stuff. And I was ticked off about it because he tried to get me for $1,400.
You know, Joe, I understand. Joe, go ahead. What's the reason you called me? I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's the reason?
Well, because I was under the misunderstanding that they were part of your troubleshooter recommended companies to deal with. Because that's who I call. I always go to your list.
Okay, they're not on my list, but I will tell you this. We don't get a lot of complaints about these people. I'm going to be honest with you. We do not get a lot of complaints about them.
Okay.
So,
you didn't one today.
I know. But here's what I want to say. Another thing I want to say. Pricing is very, very difficult. We don't control pricing. It's very difficult to, I don't know, how do I put this? To police pricing because so many people they have book pricing, and he sees that drain and that replacement, and he just goes to the book and says it's going to be $1,400. I think you're right, Joe, though. Book pricing in some ways turns out to be very, very, very expensive. But I don't think you would get it done cheaper by any certified plumber. I don't think so. I think that what you did, do it yourself, is a way to go. But I don't think, do you think another company would have done it cheaper?
I don't know. I just think that it comes down to honesty. That's what I think.
Well, thanks for calling
the thing
us,
about
though.
it is
Joe,
that-
thanks for calling us. I mean, I don't blame you for being upset, but I don't think it was a ripoff. I think it's what we're facing today. Companies are charging to do work, and many times consumers, they don't put the value to it, and they don't think it's worth it. I mean, it's happening all over the place. It's not just with plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric. Did I hear someone chime in at the studio?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's Bo. I just had a comment for Joe. I think that's probably a reasonable price. I don't think they were ripping him off, but I just think it's ironic that he goes, and Joe didn't get ripped off because he had fortitude to think about the job and try to go a different direction.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you at the home. It's like the electrician that comes out and installs a light, a switch in your house for $150, and the switch is $2. It's just the way it is for training and truck time and advertising. That's the way it is.
We're never going to. There's always going to be the perception that pricing is out of whack when people start doing their own pricing of parts. And then they start multiplying the labor, and what they don't look at is this. A plumbing company or an HVAC company or any kind of company, let's just say they have 30 or 40 vans on the street. They have to account for an hourly rate to keep those vans on the street. Just sitting there, that van costs them money. And I know that they can never do it as cheaply ever than someone going out and buying a part and getting their cousin to help them put it in. They're never going to ever beat that price, ever. But they're not trying to. And again, I'm not saying that you should pay anything at any time, but it's not necessarily a ripoff. There's a cost of doing business, and you're always going to have that cost of doing business underlying the actual repair. So there's a cost just going to your home and being there and having all the insurance and all of the licensing and all of the stuff to be in business. Now, there are people listening to me right now who'll say, oh, BS, that's too much. Well, unless you're in business doing it, you don't know that. JR, you have a question on roof certifications. Go ahead. What is your question?
Yeah, on that roof certification, how will that help on insurance rates?
So the roof certification...
My roof is 2013.
It's really meant for real estate transactions. It probably wouldn't get you any discount or help with your insurance rates.
Not a discount, but some insurance companies do require that you replace a roof upon initial inspection. Many times when you insure when you're buying a property and you go to get homeowners insurance, they want you to replace your roof. So if you can show them a 5-year certification, I think it might help. But you know what we're going to do, JR? We're going to ask Compass Insurance Group to weigh in on that. So hang on, and let's try to get Compass on right after this.
Very nice.
Retirement planning doesn't have to be complicated.
But it says,
Tune in to the
God, speaking of food noise, here you go. Stand by.
Nugent Knoll of Exact Benefits. Saturdays at 6 a.m. right here on 630 KHOW.
When you're in an accident and there's injuries, I know you have questions. So many people do, and they don't know who to call. And listen, that's why I put out John Fuller's name. He's one of the few actual attorneys who talk to you before you hire him, before you do anything. If you call John Fuller's office and say, I'd like to talk to John, he'll talk to you. He'll talk to you about your case, what it's worth, where to collect, what to do next, and it's all free of charge with no obligation. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You even get his cell phone. You can call or text at any time. Get the personal in personal injury. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. The Art of Granite. They do more than granite. The name says granite, but they do any kind of countertop, natural stone, or man-made material. TheArtOfGranite.com. Also, Mitch Floria is so proud of his pricing, he'll give you prices on the phone. So whether it's just a book nook, or it's an island, or it's a complete kitchen, call and get your price on the phone for any countertop material. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. How much time do I have?
Thank you. Go eat.
How much?
4.5.
All right.
4.5. Go.
All right.
Well, he's got to go lick a taco. That's what he ordered. Wrapping his lips around a taco.
Gross.
You don't like tacos? Baby, that better be guacamole. Of course, they call the L.A. riots mostly peaceful on the news. I saw a very funny thing that said, don't worry, the National Guard that's coming is mostly be peaceful. Ah! Well done.
Well, I told you in '92
Yeah.
when that whole shit broke down.
Yeah.
Literally, my ex-boyfriend and I were driving back from Indiana, and my dad, who worked in Century City, basically, he was like, I'm not driving in this shit.
Right.
So he just went over to the Hilton and got a room for nights and charged Northrop for it. So Northrop ended up having to pay for it.
All right.
But he basically just like stood on his balcony and watched the whole shit show. Whole city breakdown.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know. Shammy's dead. He had good stories.
Consumer advocate Tom Martino urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with Remax Alliance, 303-920-1622. Spring has sprung in its full tilt boogie time at GetMeTheMan.com, America's best bar bar.
All right.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay.
We had a few complaints that you were describing a body part of yours on the air.
What? Like
Yeah.
what? As a stub of about 4 inches. That's funny, actually.
Thank you.
Funny.
Got a million of them. All right, let's do this.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We got Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. And it's really good to talk about. Hold on. The guy was asking about, let's see. What was he asking about?
Roof certifications.
Oh, no.
Roof certifications?
Yeah, but there was another thing I had in mind, too. Okay, you're right. Roof certification. But in the meantime, I had a text on something as well. But first and foremost, Brian Burns, the roof certifications, do insurance companies ever ask for a roof certification before they will insure a home?
No, because the roof certifications don't really mean anything. The roofers aren't certifying anything as far as a guarantee. They're just giving you an opinion of what they think the roof is. But it's never going to be anything that sways an insurance company. The only thing they really want to know is if you're buying a house and no one knows when the roof was last replaced, if there's just no evidence of it, then what I could use a certification for is really not the certification, more or less what the estimated age of the roof according to the roofer. And I could probably use that as the basis for the policy.
Okay, under what circumstances do insurance companies require that you replace the roof, like when you go to insure a house?
Yeah, so what they would do, well, it's gotten so bad at this point, Tom, that if a roof is over a certain age, a lot of insurance companies won't even write the insurance. And that age is so much earlier than it used to be. A lot of carriers look at a roof over an asphalt roof, over 10 years old. They won't even insure it anymore. Now there's carriers that will, but there's a lot of them that won't. And so really what it boils down to though with the rest of them is if it is an older roof, when they do the inspection, if they see that the roof is in poor shape, they'll send out that 30-day notification of cancellation. So they'll say, hey, you either replace the roof or we're not going to insure it anymore.
So now, wait a minute. So not only when you first get insurance would they require you to do it, but if you're with a company, let's say for 5 or 6 or 8 years, and your roof gets up there, they can actually make it a condition of renewal.
Well, I don't see that as often because you don't really see insurance companies very often sending out an inspection at renewal. That's abnormal. There would have to be some reason behind it. So no, what will happen in a policy though is a lot of policy language now. Once a roof hits a certain age, if it's 10 years, 15 years, an asphalt roof, once it hits that age at the next renewal, they'll change to actual cash value on the policy. So that's how they limit their exposure. It's not by non-renewing them. It's just saying, okay, now we're only going to pay a depreciated amount after this year.
We've seen that a lot too, and I don't think that the agents are quite communicating that to the customers well enough.
You mean the ACVs?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the customers, they're all under the impression that they have an RCV policy and that their roof is fully covered. And as soon as that policy,
have you run across people that after a storm were shocked at how much they were going to get?
Absolutely. It's been happening a lot, especially this past year, because people, they have these $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 deductibles all of a sudden, and they're only getting paid out maybe $2,000, $3,000 on the roof. And then what happens is the insurance company comes in and tells them that if they don't replace their roof, they're then going to cancel them. So they either have to pay fully out of pocket or pay this $3,000, $5,000 deductible and only get a couple thousand out of the roof.
Man. So, Brian, there are a lot of people, I imagine, that face having to pay for their own roof. And that's something people aren't used to doing.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, what percentage of customers,
right.
Henry, What percentage of customers are self-pay?
You know what? It has really increased a lot this past year. You got to remember that we had that big storm in 23 and 24. So
yeah, that's true.
we're
But
probably-
approximately on a given year, would the majority of people still be insurance
Yeah,
pay?
absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, there's probably 10%, which is massive compared to 5 years ago.
Okay.
Because nobody would do it, right? And so that number, it keeps growing every year. And what happens is we end up financing all these customers because not a lot of people have $30,000, $40,000 to just replace their roof out of pocket.
I would say the roof, Brian, when it comes to insurance, the roof is the biggest single item, don't you think?
It's the most common claim by a landslide. It is why Colorado insurance is, why they just can't seem to make money. It's not fires, it's not water. I mean, those are all claims. It is by far hail and wind specifically to the roof. So, but he's right. People don't realize how high their deductibles have gone. I mean, we go so overboard on our application. I'll have a separate sheet that tells them if they're choosing to go actual cash value or if it's going to go there at some age. I try to point it out and make clear that, hey, at this age, this is just what happens.
And that's really the right way to do it because a lot of people that we've been running into have no idea. And then they end up at that point where they have to pay out of pocket.
Oh, man, that is a shocker. Brian, thank you very much for and then, of course, that's where you get your free insurance. Check up theinsurancehelpcenter.com, 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. So people, remember, what he's saying is this. If you have insurance, they'll keep renewing you, but at some point may convert you to an ACV. And you'll get some notice in the mail saying, change to your insurance. And a lot of people don't pay attention to it. But it's really important because, as Henry Bretz at Excel Roofing says, you may end up with a hailstorm one day and then find out, wait a minute, I don't have replacement value. I have ACV value. And we'll go over exactly, how that works coming up on the Troubleshooter Show right after this.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
Did good.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, lunch hour drive shaping up pretty well for us. We're not dealing with any big problems. We had a semi that had smoking brakes along C-470 near Kendrick Castillo Way. That's Lucent. It's just east of Santa Fe. They had a lane block. They've kind of cleared it off to the shoulder, but it is jammed through the area. 225 northbound heading up to I-70 is even slow. We've got construction on I-70 near Chambers. It is backing up the traffic drive there a little bit anyway. 270, a little heavy up through Vasquez, but no other major problem spots. Accident level's been down so far. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture, you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
A lot of people never consider a criminal defense attorney. Like, when would I need one? If you get a massive traffic ticket, speeding, excessive speeding, DUI, you will need a criminal defense attorney. Sometimes you get into an argument with a neighbor. Listen, a bar fight. I'm not going to exaggerate here, but there are people who need defense attorneys, and Joe Lazzara has set himself up to help you. Here's what he does. First and foremost, he will do a complete review of your case and initial consultation free of charge if ever you need a defense attorney. And then if you decide to hire him, Joe Lazzara will do a flat rate basis on whatever the charge is. So you get free initial consultations and a flat rate charge. So you're not nickeled and dimed every time you talk. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Building wealth means going above zero. And when you have high interest debt, you're below zero because you're wasting money every single month. If you want to save hundreds of dollars a month, improve your credit instantly, and get some breathing room, then go to my partners at AmericanFinancing.net. AmericanFinancing.net. What they're doing is home equity loans, the smart equity loan, where they take just that part of your equity to cover that high interest debt and help you. Sometimes all you need is a bank statement to get approved. I want you to call them and find out about the smart equity loan, AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. Or you may need a complete refi because your blended rate will be lower when you pull cash out and pay off high interest debt. Whatever you need, they can fix you up at AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. How much time do I have?
Thank you. 3.5.
Gambling game?
Thank you.
Okay. I had some friends that were playing pinochle at Lakewood.
You want
Country
another one?
Club.
I don't really, because we used to play poker at Lakewood.
That's why I didn't know if it was a game.
I mean, you
I'm
can
so
gamble
sorry.
on any
Do
card
I
game.
ask you too many
I've
questions? Is that it?
never seen a pinochle match.
Okay.
What?
I must ask you too many questions because you feel like you should ask me a lot of
Does this lady
questions.
own the clubhouse or the
And I
golf
understand.
She owns the whole thing.
Not really.
Okay.
They
Yeah,
can
her
cover
family
anything else.
owns a casino.
No,
in
no, just go.
Harris Casino in Vegas. So they
I'm a
got plenty of
big
money.
fan of the golden rule.
God, what are they doing dinking around with this Cherry Hills then? That's nothing compared to
Besides, the truth is,
Well, no,
I came
it's
across
their
a
daughter.
bag of these
Oh.
pretzels and I stole them. There you go.
Is she cute? How old is she?
She's probably 60.
Oh. She married?
I don't know if she's still, I know she was married. I don't know if she's remarried.
Interesting. What's her name, Doc?
What's her name?
Yeah.
It's Karen Hart.
Karen Hart. Do they own this radio station too, Doc?
What?
Do they own this radio station too? iHeartMedia?
I don't think so.
Okay. Karen Hart.
I just this extra breeze associated with them. It's always off. So I was really surprised. He said, "Hey, just turned on the air conditioner." Maybe waiters. Waller was just silent. That anchor's dinner. Are you still doing
Once a year. That's for the benefit. You're talking about for the deaf kids? I mean, blind kids? Really? How do we promote that?
do a promotion for it right now?
Okay. What is it called?
Veteran Roof Dealer.
Do you use Venmo or Zelle?
Doc, I don't know anything about that.
Oh no, I use Venmo. It's pretty easy. I was really surprised how easy it is. Because for some reason, a lot of these people don't bring enough. Not here, but at the Eagles that I play at, they don't bring enough money to the poker game.
Huh?
They don't bring enough.
I love
cash.
those greasy sons of bitches.
So I always
I don't know
do-
what that flavor
No,
is.
you have to pay the cash.
It's not meat.
Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Chris, you want to talk about homeowners insurance, Chris? Homeowners insurance, my God, has got complicated lately? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'll give you my story. I was up for renewal on May 8th from Travelers Insurance, homeowners insurance. So I guess they sent an inspector out to look at my house for the renewal. which was fine. But the next thing I know, I work with Compass Insurance, so they called me and said that there was an issue with the shed that's in my backyard. Now, this is just a shed. It's got no electricity, no plumbing. You know, it's just a shed for storage, basically. So they came back and said that I need to put gutters, soffit, and fascia on my shed and replace the roof and paint it. Have you ever heard of that before? Painting or putting gutters on a shed?
You know, all I can think is this. I mean, for some reason, they're insuring it and they want it up to a certain standard. I have no idea, but I'd like to get Brian back on. Did you say Compass is your agent?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And who was the underwriter? What insurance?
The Travelers was the old one, told me what I had to do. Nick with Compass went through
what?
My shed from coverage.
Okay. That's what I was just hold on. So Chris, that's what I was going to ask. Did they exclude the shed?
Travelers would not exclude the shed, so I had to go with another company, Auto Owners, and they excluded the shed. But my insurance, because of that, went from $3,000 a year to $6,000 a year.
Because you went from Travelers to Auto Owners.
Yes, and I excluded the shed in the back.
I get it. What do you think?
I have less coverage, and I'm paying twice as much.
Well, but everyone is doing that. That's not just, you understand that everyone's insurance is going up. But did they shop you around? I imagine they did.
Yes, they did. My issue is if I would have done all of that work to my shed, which is probably about $2,000 or $3,000 worth of work, then Travelers would have covered me at the same rate I was paying, $3,000 a year. But no, I had to switch and get it excluded. Now I'm paying $6,000 a year. Why is that?
Well, that's a good question. Are you sure that if you did the repairs on your shed, that your renewal would have been much lower?
Yes, it would have been the same as what I was paying, right around $3,200 a year.
Well, did you ask Compass about it?
Yes, they said I have to do the work if I want them to cover me.
No, I understand that, but did they explain to you that it would be cheaper to do the improvements and to take the lower renewal? Or did they, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It sounds like you're upset. Really I wanted to make sure the purpose of the call. Are you upset that Compass did not recommend that you keep Travelers?
No, I'm upset that a shed is the issue. Something that is worthless on my property and just stores a lawnmower and a snowblower, that they want me to do all this work on it.
No,
for instance, when do you have to put gutters on a shed?
I don't know. That's the answer. And I want to find out in general. So, Chris, you bring up a really good point. So let's bring up Brian again, because I'd like to ask him in general why they require certain, why do they require certain improvements on certain things? Now, Henry, at Excel Roofing, do you guys get calls around insurance renewal time? Is this a pretty busy time when they decide that they need to do something? Have you ever heard of that?
You know what? It's not, but it should be. And the reason I say that is because these insurance companies are not notifying the homeowners that the renewal is changing their policy, right? And so we'd expect to get calls during that moment, but we don't. And
okay, so you're saying that you get a lot of homeowners who are blindsided.
So many homeowners. Yeah.
And they can't get upset with you, but they're upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And like in this case, I understand why he's upset, because this is probably a shed that was built by like a Home Depot or a Lowe's or something like that, and they don't build them to code. It's not really an extension of the house, and then they want them to upgrade it to a...
Have you ever come across cases like that where they want them to upgrade sheds?
I haven't really heard of something like this. No, this is strange.
Yeah,
I understand why it's happening, but I agree. I think it's wrong.
Okay, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Hey, Brian. So this guy has an outshed that he just all he does is stores a lawnmower and a snowblower in it, and he says it's just a piece of crap shed on his property. And he's with you guys, by the way. He's not complaining about you guys, but Traveler said that he had to do all kinds of improvements on that shed. Why?
Well, I'm not saying I agree with this because it has become kind of ridiculous how much they're looking at these other structures, in this case a shed. They do have coverage for it, and that would be the reason they're concerned about it, I'm sure, is that they have coverage. It's 10% of your dwelling limit automatically extends for other structures. So if there was a windstorm that blew it down, let's say, or a fire or something, they do have to pay for that other structure, that in this case, the shed. Where I think it gets ridiculous is you'll get customers who are like, I don't care about the shed. It doesn't, if it goes down, I don't want it replaced. I don't care. And even in those cases, some of these insurance companies, they get to be sticklers on. They said, well, we're not going to insure it unless you upgrade it or get rid of it right now.
But when you say get rid of it, can't they simply exclude it?
There are some carriers that will actually allow you to exclude it, but others won't. And they say, we're going to be on the hook for this either way if something happens, even if we try to exclude it, because their policy language is, pretty rigid. It doesn't allow them to actually have these carve out. They know they would have to defend, if nothing else, if a person was trying to make a claim on it. But it really depends on if you have a more underwriting friendly type carrier that's willing to go outside the boxes. A company like Travelers, they're a good company, but they're pretty rigid. They don't really let you go outside the lines of what their policy.
I want to ask you about his. I want to ask you about his renewal coming up. It's just something I'm curious about when it comes to renewing policies and upping premiums. Hold on a second. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Some normal Monday slowdowns through the downtown area. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Just south of there, the 6th Avenue eastbound exit to I-25 southbound is stop and go. We're seeing slow traffic back from Federal.
What spots? I got it. Never mind.
I-70 eastbound at DIA, some slower traffic between Havana and 225, adding about 1 or 2 minutes to your commute. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
If you want to destroy woke culture, you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
If you want to sell your house, of course, you can list it and have loan approvals and inspections and inspection addressing and all of that. Or you can just call and get a quote. Now, many people have homes, maybe rentals, fix and flips, or they have a home they just want to get rid of, and they don't want to go through the listing process and the selling process. They just want to check. For that, I recommend Homevestors. Listen, you have nothing to invest but a phone call. Call them and see what they'll offer for your home. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER. You may be considering solar, and for that, I recommend Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Because Red Rocks does more than just sell at the door. Most of those companies that sold you the system aren't even solar contractors. They're just sales schmucks. But this Red Rocks is for real. They do the selling, they do the installing, they do the servicing. They know solar inside and out. And if you have a commercial system, they can help you get it paid for by the government 100%. Why don't you check out redrocksrs.com for your solar system? 303-704-2449, 704-2449.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you're still munching on a taco, you got 4 minutes.
Oh, good. Oh, you know what? There's nothing better than that mystery meat. I swear to God.
It's a weird taste. I love it. It's really
God, this is scary. The mystery meat taco.
It's like a paste, like a buffet,
Henry, it's Bo. Did you have the tacos delivered?
No, Bo. I got Chipotle. I was not too fond of the Jack in Box order.
Is Jack in a Box still around?
Yeah, they deliver.
They deliver, huh? Oh. That sounds good. You're making me hungry.
I recommend Chipotle. That's my favorite.
They are local.
Do you go there, Shannon?
I haven't. No, I don't go to Jack in the Box. I don't go to fast food places. Or I haven't in ages.
Yeah. Shannon, can I ask you a question?
Hit me.
What?
So, who did Peter Boyles smack around in the studio that got him fired?
Who did Boyle smack around?
Yeah, he got fired here.
Uh-huh. Well, not renewed. His contract was up, and they just didn't renew it.
Can you
But
say?
a fellow named Greg Hollenbeck.
Is he still here at the station?
Nope.
Did he get fired too?
Say that again? A
Did
little
he?
louder?
Did he get fired too?
Nope. Not at all. He was untouchable for a while.
Oh. Is he still in the business?
You know, I don't know. He went on to start doing some stuff on Facebook at restaurants and did very well, as far as I know, for a while.
Oh. He was Peter's producer, right? Like your job?
That grease, Henry, that grease soaks through the shell. That's the best part. I know.
Tom likes a moist taco.
What's that?
Tom likes a moist taco.
I love a moist. Where they?
Bet you do.
Where they wet through the shell.
Boy, I bet this gets this little feller going.
It's a stub of about 4 inches.
God.
You're terrible.
Compared to who? I mean, it's a sliding scale. Mother Teresa, yeah. Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm probably better.
What?
Maybe. He ate people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't care if they were moist, Shannon.
Like the moist Filipino.
What?
Oh, man.
Huh.
I know. Holy crap-a-moly.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Brian Burns, you know, I think there's a certain amount of confusion when it comes to renewing insurance. In this particular case, let me tell you what happened. He was told he had to do repairs on his shed, would have cost him $2,000 or $3,000.
Yep.
But he said he would have been removed. He would have been renewed for the old rate, and by switching to auto owners and excluding the shed,
oh, gotcha.
he said his premium doubled. So that doesn't make sense to me. He says, Chris, are you sure Travelers would have renewed you for the same rate?
Yes.
Oh, but I guess I don't know what you mean. They would have renewed you for the same rate if you didn't have the
No. If he did the repairs to the shed, if he spent $2,000 or $3,000, they would have kept his premium the same. What he did was excluded it, and now he's paying double the premium. He said it actually would have been better for him to do the repairs.
Well, did you not get the option to do that? Couldn't you have done that? Or was it? Are you saying it wasn't communicated that you could have done the repairs and kept the policy?
Chris,
no, it was communicated to me. The inspector is the one that said you need on this side of the roof. You need to put a new roof on. You need to put new fascia, soffit, and gutters, and you need to paint the whole thing.
Okay.
This is on a shed that does nothing. No electricity, no plumbing. It's shed.
But Chris,
no, I hear you, and I'm not saying that I get it, and it seems ridiculous that they're asking to do that. But you knew at that point if you did that, you could keep the policy with Travelers.
Yes.
Oh, then why didn't you? Didn't you do it, Chris? That's what I'm curious. Why didn't you choose to do those repairs?
Well, basically because in the future I'm going to rip the shed down anyway because I plan on building a garage, but I'm not ready to do that yet, and I don't want to spend $2,000 that'll last me a year or two.
But didn't you end up paying that in increase? Didn't you end up owing that in increased premiums?
Yeah, exactly. So if I pay for it, I'm going to end up paying the $3,000 extra anyway.
Well, that's why I'm asking. If it was up to me and I could do the repairs on the shed and keep a lower premium for years to come, I would do that instead of having a higher premium.
Yes, sometime when I'm a little bit slower at the work, I'm going to do the work on it. But this is my point. My point is, why is a shed acting like a house that someone lives in? Why do they look at a shed the same as they do my house?
Okay.
Only because they have to cover it if something happens to it. That's what my point was. They won't allow us to exclude. They're one of the carriers that doesn't allow us to exclude other structures. So they're saying we have to pay for this, whether you're saying right now they don't. By contract, they do.
Yeah.
So if there was a loss, they would be on the hook people change. When there's an actual loss, sometimes people that said they don't care about it before could hold them to the contract, of course, and say, no, I do want this covered. So their point is, if we're going to have to cover it, we want it to be, appropriately address some of the problems of it.
I get it. Okay, listen, thank you very much for calling. It is a weird situation, but some policies will allow you to exclude outbuildings, others will not. You guys better be looking at your premiums and your insurance coverages right now because there are a lot of changes. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
That's some good stuff right there.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
I thought he was upset. For some reason, I thought he was upset with Compass for not advising him. But he wasn't. He said he knew it.
No,
I don't think so.
No, he indicated that early. He's just mad that
he had to do it.
His thingy is more valuable than he thought.
I know.
Which is odd because it's only.
Man, I'll tell you.
Come
hey,
on.
I have chicken nuggets. You want any? Do you want any, Henry? The chicken nuggets?
Probably see a doctor about that.
Chicken nuggets.
Dipping my nugs.
McNuggets?
Is what?
We probably got
yeah, he's back at the
Jack in the Box Nuggets. Jack
from his trip.
Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm going to meet him after the show.
I don't know if they have them.
I got to
They're
get
everything.
some gear.
Super fattening, but good.
Who do you got to get into gear? Your kid?
Yeah, as always.
Get him on a sailboat to Gaza. That's working out for those people.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're
My dad took my brother to Cuba. He says that they're really in some third world territory. Cuba. Sure.
I do it for the cigars.
I agree with you. I'm sure that there's some of that going on too.
Isn't that what they're called?
Uh-huh. That's the good ones.
Cubans.
Yeah, it's too bad they're messed up.
You ever had a cigar with all those little like mite holes in it where they burrow in? They're just trash.
Wow. What the hell? Where are you shopping?
Got a couple in Mexico.
'Cause I hit,
the box was contaminated.
Ew.
Oh, no.
What are they, like termites in your cigars?
Yeah, like these little like burrowed holes in the cigars. A bunch of little. That's what they are. It's bugs.
Now I'm going to check each one.
You should. Yeah, it's nasty.
I'm sure they get cremated, Henry, when you smoke it. The little worms get cremated.
I don't want to be smoking none of that though. I don't know it. I want to
Kind of funny. He's okay with the worm in the tequila, but not the cigar. I get
Right.
it.
Right.
That's gross too.
Everything's gross. I once ate a friend's goldfish at a party right out of his tank.
What?
You did a dare?
Why?
I was drunk. The hell? What do you? Why?
That's horrible.
You didn't bring that inside that.
That's somebody's pet.
No, I was in Mexico.
No, actually, the piranha in the tank was the pet. The goldfish were the food, and I took it serious.
Who knows what they're gonna eat next? Gross. I've never even heard. Let's see here. Insects. In cigar. Tobacco beetles.
Is that what they're called?
Man, I hate work.
Yeah, these beetles. Oh, they lay eggs inside a cigar.
Did you hear that? They lay eggs in the cigars.
Oh, disgusting.
I guess better than my ears or something.
Oh my God.
Don't go to Mexico and buy cigars, Henry.
Well,
About 80
hold on.
reasons.
How is that much better?
Go to
than
7-Eleven. Well, go to 7-Eleven and get some Swisher
They
sweets.
have great
Ooh, I love
health care.
those.
But those
They're
aren't the real
bad, but
Cubans.
they're good.
They let people die.
Swisher sweet.
Habanos.
Yeah, the pictures look just like what you showed me.
The old cool cars? I say cool, but I'm joking.
No, there's infested cigars. Disgusting. Hey, Shannon, speaking of cool cars, does the radio station have any more of those creepy serial killer vans for sale?
Oh,
Not anymore.
I'm sure if you asked, but if you ask, I might hold it against you.
Why? You want
Why?
You want to be the only one with
Yeah.
a serial killer van?
You have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, because the other two still have antennas on them. I'm sure that it would be more trouble for them to get rid of them than just let them sit there, huh?
Yours is not a serial killer van.
Oh, it kind of is.
Dimitri, do you want one of those
every
vans?
time I pull up at the airport in front of the CU people, they all say the same thing. Free candy and stuff. It's pretty serial killery. More windows than I would like for actual abduction, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple other huge vans out there. You know, I'm sort of using them, but
What about the big truck?
okay, big truck, big van, or big truck?
The big truck.
Thank God
Oh
for
yeah,
modern
it's the bull.
medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great, freaking great. Big ass Dodge truck with a crew cab and a
it's
oh
nice
my
to be
God,
tidy.
great truck.
Whatever you needed is right over here.
Oh, thank you.
Hell is this? Oh shit! That microphone.
Oh.
You know what? I took my mic. That mic. I left the little part out.
Must not have been important.
Well, it was a spacer, and I did without it somehow.
What the hell is that?
What, the sound? I don't
Shut
think it
it.
was Doc tripping over anything.
Oh my God.
What? She's asking. I don't care.
Is Dragon on vacation, Shannon?
Say that again, man.
Is Dragon on vacation?
Yeah,
No,
he's out of the
with
country.
Mandy in Japan.
Oh, where did he go?
He's in Japan.
Oh.
Japan.
He took off with Mandy to
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
probably one of the top 3 songs about masturbation.
Okay.
Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Is that what that was about? Because of the eyes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
Nope.
Nope. Very true.
I like Cyndi Lauper's She Bop. That's another good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna call on this.
Got weekday.
I had my
What'd they
small
do?
intestine removed too. 25% of my stomach.
I'm good, thanks.
What the hell was there?
But they didn't touch this little guy, did they?
It's a stub of about 4 inches. Oh, you're so funny. I forgot to laugh. Remember that?
Well, that's okay. You're probably preoccupied.
Remember when you were a kid, you used to say all stupid things like that? So funny, I forgot to laugh. I had my duodenum, my duodenum.
Duodenum?
Hey, Doc.
Duodenum.
Duodenum.
Yo.
How do you pronounce
Duodenum.
duodenum? What is the duodenum?
Duodenum, just like you said. Duodenum.
Duodenum. I had that removed.
You got it.
Do-wah-diddy duodenum.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I can safely say this is the show where we discuss everything and anything. And unlike any other show, we actually talk about everyday life. The things that make you tick, the things that tick you off. All right. So I asked about the Roomba and got some quite interesting texts. One says, it works perfectly, and I never have those little specks on the floor that catch the eye, and it keeps my pet hair all vacuumed up. Another one said, it's a piece of garbage. It's the worst investment I ever made. It gets stuck. It doesn't know where it is. And really, it's made for a square apartment with no obstacles. But I don't know if that's true. Now, Deputy D has a friend who has one or two of them in their home, and it roams around.
Yeah, they both work just great. They just kind of roam around during quiet hours, and they suck up the dust.
Like I was going to ask you, how do you know what hours? Do you program it?
Yeah, they have a phone app, and so you put in the quiet hours or whenever you want these things to be excluded from operating, or when you want them to be operated. They creep around. They
find their way back to their base.
Find their way to their base, but more than that, they dock with a base, and the dock has another vacuum inside of it, and it sucks all the trash out of the vacuum cleaner robot into the base.
What kind is that?
I don't remember it's one of the two big brands. It's iRobot or Roomba. I think those are the two. And man, I'm telling you, I've seen what's inside that home base, and it looks exactly like the inside of like one of those dust collection bags in a vacuum cleaner.
But when I look around in an apartment or a house or the floor first, I look at the floor and I'm thinking, how will it ever know where it's going? I mean, there's so many cracks and crevices and
maps. It maps.
Hey,
so
D?
it's got bumpers built around it, and also has some sensory devices it can see. And so it will see some obstacles before it contacts them, and other obstacles will contact them and remember where this obstacle is. So it will avoid it in the future.
Hey, Dimitri, do
Go
your
ahead, Doc.
friends have I just found I had one, I used it for 3 days, and I found that it doesn't work on carpet. It works great on hardwood floors or vinyl floors, but not very well on carpet because it doesn't have the weight to get down between the threads. That's what I found.
I think it depends on the length of the carpet too, but all I know is mine gets stuck under the couch.
You have one?
I do.
And it works?
I've lost it. I don't know where it is. It's under a bed or a couch or something.
Yeah. Now, the one thing to watch out for, and I don't have experience with this personally, but I've seen I've seen a couple of videos. If your dog or cat leaves a certain present in the middle of the floor,
like a poop,
yeah, and the machine doesn't recognize it, you won't believe the mess it spreads all over the house.
Oh my God! I
Yeah,
never
so you
thought
got to
of
be careful if one of your animals.
When you say doesn't recognize it, does it have a way to recognize soft things? I mean, not just poop, but anything soft. It could spread all over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you have.
Does it
something-
sense soft things?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like if you spilled, let's just say like a scoop of ice cream was spilled. Technically, it would spread it all over.
I'll bet you will go all over your house.
Now, I saw one where you add water and it actually has a light mist to it.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Or you can add a floor cleaner. So Roombas, I want some real life experiences. Doc, you said you had yours a few days. Did you return it?
I sent it back. Yeah.
Which kind did
It
you
just
have?
wasn't doing anything on the a Roomba.
And did you say it wasn't cleaning the carpet at all?
It was not cleaning the carpet very well. Because in order to get stuff that's down in the piles, you need some weight, and it doesn't have enough weight to get really down into the carpet fibers.
I don't understand why you would need, maybe. Okay, I see what you're saying. Now, anyway, I had another text saying that they use it only in certain areas and block it off to other areas where it's more complicated. And again, you can program it yourself too, right? Is that right, Deputy D?
You can program its hours of operation.
You
You can also exclude it from certain parts of your house.
That's what I meant. Okay, you can exclude it from certain parts.
Yeah, it's a very convenient thing.
Okay, and then on another topic, someone took exception to it. Then someone else said I was exactly right. If you figure out how many calls I've taken in 45 years, and 50 years if you count outside of Denver, or 51 years, if you think about this, all the calls I've taken and all the categorizing of calls, and there's one set or subset of people, and I don't know even what to call them, but I'm going to explain them to you. They don't hold a job. They are disabled by their own definition. They have a sensitivity to mold or radon or asbestos, or they're deathly ill. They're dying, although they have no real diagnosis, but they are totally helpless. Totally. They're either on food stamps, social services, Medicare disability, or something like that. They depend totally on friends and neighbors and relatives to help them through their rut, or they're completely alone. And they blame everything and everyone for their problems. Everyone. They have never once taken responsibility. They've never admitted to being lazy. The world owes them, and they are total losers. Now, I don't get a lot of calls.
Tom, I wonder, you know what Munchausen is, right?
Munchausen, yeah, by proxy or just Munchausen?
Right.
Which one?
So this may be emotional Munchausen, where, Munchausen is where you think that you're sick with physical illnesses. This may be a subset of Munchausen where they think they're sick psychologically.
Well, I don't even know if they think they're psychologically sick. I think they just think they're sick. They're disabled. They latch on to disability. They want to be disabled. They literally talk about their disability all the time. And here's
that's what physical Munchausens do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Munchausen by proxy would be where you do that with a child instead of yourself to get attention.
Correct.
Correct. And sometimes there's Munchausen by proxy with pets even. But Munchausen syndrome is basically you got something wrong with you, right? You've heard these calls on my show. You've heard them, and you've heard me try to navigate them. And I don't always tell it like it is. I mean, we have a culture now where anything goes and everything is recognized. But we got to call a loser a loser. We do. People who latch on to disability, people who latch on to sickness. I'm not talking about genuinely disabled people or people who are striving to get along every day. I'm talking about people who latch on to symptoms and search for a diagnosis. And it always centers around something they can blame. And a lot of it is mold, okay? Now, I'm not saying there aren't people who get sick by mold, but I'll bet you the vast majority of people that call me about mold illness are crazy, okay? And radon and asbestos. Because first of all, the exposure to those things have to be so long and so deep and so plentiful that there's no doubt about it. It's not just living in an apartment that had some mold for a month. We've had families who call this show, and I swear to God, everyone in their family is sick, they say, because of this mold. And what's really funny is it's only after they discover the mold, then they go back and they do a revision of their whole health history. It's not just going forward, but they revise their past. Oh yeah, come to think of it, I haven't been feeling too well, and this is why. Now, in addition to having the substance to blame or the condition to blame, sometimes they blame people, or they blame jobs, or they blame invisible demons. People spying on them, or people out to get them, or a neighbor, or a friend who turned foe. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I can identify them almost at hello. Almost at hello. It's a certain type of, hello, Tom. It's like, or they're totally bat crap crazy. Now, I'd like to know, do you like your Roomba? I'm thinking about getting one, but I'm not sure which kind to get. Let me know if you like it or not. Okay, speaking of emotional distress, what would you say is the most depressing job or area of jobs, if you had to pick one?
The morgue.
There has been a very extensive, no, believe it or not, no. There has been an extensive study done on the most depressing jobs in America. It was a mental health study.
How about being a psychiatrist, Tom? We got to listen to problems all day long in 8 hours a day.
Researchers say that this needs to serve as a giant wake-up call to employers so they can design mental health benefits to help these people. So they analyzed 500,000 U.S. workers. The data was collected between 2015 and 2019. There were 80,000 cases of depression within that grouping. Some industries stood out as especially grim. Other industries stood out as being very healthy. Oh my God, you're not going to believe what just happened. No, I swear to you. Oh my God, I didn't even type it in. So I'm looking at a newspaper and reading about this, the most depressing jobs in America. And guess what? Look, come here, Dimitri. Look what came up. Look.
Oh,
it's an iRobot.
The Roomba.
Look at this.
The Roomba.
Yeah, see, it's listening to you.
No, it has the next era as cleaning has arrived. The Roomba compactor. But here's what I'm getting at. I never typed that in anywhere. I did not do a Google search.
Yeah,
I didn't.
You don't have to, because
it was listening to me.
Your phone and your TV set behind you are both listening to you.
People, seriously. You heard me just say, what is the best? What do you think of your Roomba? Blah, 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 blah. Never typed a thing in. Then I went to this study on the most depressing jobs in America that I had flagged earlier today to talk about. And when I brought that article up, the ads being inserted now are all about the Roomba and the iBots.
Told you, and you people thought that I was crazy all this time.
Wait
When
a
I'm
minute,
telling
though.
you, your phone
I
is listening.
did not even type it in. Something, my laptop is listening to me.
What I've been telling you, and it's not just your laptop; it's your phone and that television behind you that wanted to know your birth date the day you bought that television. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is scary stuff, folks. Anyway, let me get to the most depressing jobs. Social services. Those involved in social work have the leading depression in these measured careers. Do you know what number 2 is, which just shocked me? Food prep and serving.
Why is that
The
depressing?
I don't know, the food industry. So community and social services, the number one most, it's a lifetime diagnosed depression, by the way. They're saying it's permanent when you're in community and social services. Second, food prep and serving. And by the way, I'm getting more ads for these portable vacuums popping up on this survey. Honest to God, I am shocked. Now, I know people listen to us, but this was like instant. This was while I'm on the air. Within 3 minutes, it populated these ads. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. People, I know it's crazy, isn't it? Stay tuned for more.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything. Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
All right. Genesis Total Exteriors is there for you for anything you want on the outside of your house. And you know what else they do? Kitchens, baths, and basements. That's right. Plus mold detection and remediation. I've known Mark and Madeline for years. If you need a contractor that you can trust, especially now doing your basements, your kitchens, and your baths, you can depend on Genesis. They also do siding and windows and painting. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. I've partnered with American Financing, and let me tell you why. They're mortgage lenders, but they've come up with the smart equity loan for you to take out to get rid of high interest debt. Why do you want to get rid of high interest debt? Because all of that excess interest is wasted. You need to start paying that off. And when you get the smart equity loan, you take that part of your equity to pay off that high interest debt. Your credit is immediately improved. You can take your time paying it off, or you can speed it up, your choice, but you save hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. Call my friends at American Financing about the smart equity loan or a complete refi if you need to pull out cash. 303-695-7000. Quick loans, easy approvals, 695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net. Okay, I know you've told me this, but it is just amazing to me. Just totally amazing to me.
Take my kid to the dentist. Take your kid to the dentist?
Yeah, I'm getting her signed up to the dental school, so that takes a lot of pain. Over at CU. I have something else to do. I haven't got. Did Sue send a schedule?
Okay.
What?
No question about a car
No.
sale. I got you.
Doesn't
okay.
matter, you know.
Hang on
Doesn't
for me,
matter
Bill,
for you.
okay?
I just come in Monday,
No problem.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah, you don't need a schedule.
Especially now that Tom is back, with Dimitri going over to his place.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's a little more sane. Yeah.
God they've taken a lot of my insides out. Holy shit.
All right.
I'm gonna listen in the car. I'll listen in the car on the way home.
All right.
A big part of my small
Have a
intestine,
good
my
one, Doc.
stomach, my pancreas. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Did Doc just leave?
I'm more efficient now.
Got a big poker game, I guess, set up.
Yeah. This Roomba thing, this is scaring the living shit out of me. I didn't even type it in.
He had a big poker game to set up.
Roomba seems iRobot. Which one do you think is best?
You'll have to sign out for me, Kelly, because I don't know how to do it. I'm a dinosaur. See, this is my hard drive. Yeah, I'm not going.
Okay, I'm going to buy
So
one.
is Shannon doing the Michael Brown show?
But I don't know which one to get.
Michael Brown in the morning. Because doesn't. Oh. Oh, is he?
What did you buy? A what?
Does he hang out there on the fourth floor? Would I know him if I saw him?
Oh.
This A-Rod guy? Okay. Oh.
Can you find out which one Kimberly has? Let me know. How do you know about iRobot? Yeah. No, I mean, how do you know, like, compared to Roomba? Oh, no, it's separate.
Yeah, I'd argue that.
Yeah, very true.
They have robot mops, too.
Here you go.
630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com will get you a free evaluation of your home and what it will sell for. Just ask him. He goes through everything, supply and demand, your home, the comparables, the neighborhood, and even interest rates to get you a price on what your house will sell for. He has 30 years of experience. He sells more for more money than most real estate people. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Ronald wants to talk about a problem he had selling, I believe, selling or buying, Ronald, your Chevy Silverado.
I bought it.
Okay, and what's the problem, Ronald?
When I bought it, they sold it to me with a promise and an extra warranty, and they did not fill the contract. The brakes is going through the floor, stopping, won't stop, might try to hit a kid or anything, so I'm kind of paranoid about it, so I don't drive it.
Okay, when did you buy it, Ronald?
I bought it December the 5th of last year, the beginning of last year.
Okay.
The beginning of the end of this year right here.
So December of
like I said,
2024. I need to ask a few questions here. You said you had an extended warranty they're not honoring?
Yes, sir. I bought the extra extended warranty the same day. And like I said, the guy said he was going to fix the tires and rims. I brung it back. They didn't do nothing to it. They scheduled me another appointment. Came back. They did nothing to it and let me leave with no brakes again and no headlights, and I paid them off cash.
Okay, Ronald, did they tell you that those things would be covered under the extended warranty?
Everything. The day that I bought it, the man came into an agreement to fix my back rims.
Did you get that? Did you get that agreement? Did you get that agreement in writing?
Yes, sir.
No, you have on
And I got
your
a witness with it.
Okay, but on your paperwork, it says that they're going to fix your brakes.
Or no, my back tires that's walked, they're shaking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And when I purchased the vehicle, which I did.
Okay, so they promised to fix the shake in your rear. Excuse me, in the rear of the car.
Rear of the truck, yes, sir.
Rear of the truck. And what do they say? What do they say about that now?
Yes, sir.
What do they say about that now?
When I brung it in, like I said, I bought it the 5th. They scheduled me on the 17th to bring it in. Then they looked at it, didn't say they couldn't do nothing about it. I said, well, I said during purchase y'all was going to fix it. And now they saying they can't do nothing about it.
But did they say why?
No, sir.
Okay.
No reason, no nothing. But
Who's
that's
the
why,
dealer, Ronald? Who's the car dealer?
That's why it was a breach of contract.
But Ronald,
like I said,
Ronald, we need to look at this, okay? We will look at it. We're going to take a look at the contract and that promise that you have. What's the name of the dealer?
Bleeker's Chevy in Dunn, North Carolina.
Oh, wait, it's in North Carolina. What's the name of it?
Bleeker's Chevrolet in Dunn, North Carolina.
Okay, in North Carolina.
On Cumberland Drive.
Hold on. Hey, Bo, you want to take a stab at calling these people?
Sure, I'll give Bleekers a call and give them a little bleak.
Yeah.
So why they're not helping Ronald out.
Now, Bleeker's Chevrolet, what city is that in?
Dunn,
North Carolina. Mm-hmm.
Where are you located, Ronald?
In Dunn, North Carolina.
Dunn, North Carolina. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's help him out. Hold on there, Ronald. Deputy Bo's going to talk to you. 303-713-8255. Bill, what's going on with you, Bill? Welcome.
Well, I bought a car from a friend in Fort Erie, Ontario, and it was a fairly complex deal to bring it into the States and get it licensed and everything. So I hired an outfit that works on that sort of thing, and it looked like it was going to cost about $1,000, and there'd be no duties. Well, basically they screwed up when they brought it across the border. They had it misaddressed to a business in Pennsylvania, of all things. And as a result, there was a $7,500 duty.
What?
That was
wait. How much? How much
by
is the
this
car? What
outfit.
kind of car? What kind of car is it?
It's a Tesla, and the duty person to person is supposed to be $0.
Right. So why?
So long story short.
Okay. A long story short. Go ahead.
Why did they do this? It was a screw up on their part. Now they're trying to get the $7,500 out of me, and I've had various conversations with them. I have some emails that suggest that it was their problem, but not as cleanly as you would like. And I
Bill.
basically said, "Look, I'm not going to pull it."
I need to know the basic
And,
steps. Let me get this straight. You bought it from a friend in Ontario, Canada, and then it was by mistake. It was shipped to a business.
It was, the paperwork showed that going across the border, although they fixed the paperwork once it got across, but not before the $7,500 fee was incurred.
But what I need to know is, what is the fee for? Is that when you sell to a business? What is the fee called?
Yes. It's a duty when it goes to a business.
Okay, hold on a second, Bill. We'll come right back to you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
A new crash over on the west end of town, 6th Avenue westbound at Perry Street. We've got an accident in the right lane with stop and go back from Federal, adding about 1 or 2 minutes to your commute. Nothing too bad there. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through the Denver area. We're seeing highway speeds through town. The same goes for I-70 east and westbound to and from DIA. No complaints 225 north and southbound through Aurora. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, when you go to some businesses to buy something, you only get one choice or two choices. That's the way it is with most window companies. Not with Gravina's. With Gravina's, you get 50 brands to choose from, all prices and styles, and they have one right for you. Whether it's windows, siding, doors, they can help you with selection, great pricing, and the heritage most companies just dream about. Yes, Gravina's has been around more than 60 years, and now you can find them at 950 West Evans. That's where Larry started after working with his dad, and now Nick has taken over for Larry. 303 Gravina. 303 Gravina or gravinas.com. Being a landlord can be lucrative if you do it the right way. Doing it the right way is the secret. Vestera Turnkey is a company that I urge you to check out if you want to be a landlord. They help you find the property. They help you manage the property. They even take phone calls for you and help you when it's time to sell the property. If you follow their program, they have stats to show 30 to 80% returns a year. Why don't you contact them now and find out more about becoming a landlord the easy way? Vestera Turnkey, mybiggestrureturn.com. Mybiggestrureturn.com. The number 303-888-3788.
Thank you.
The Roomba.
Mine broke.
Did it work? Why didn't you talk to me about it?
Well, it was, so we got it as a wedding gift when Adam and I first got married like 20 plus years ago.
My God, they didn't have him 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was a robotic thing. It wasn't called the Roomba, though. It was like iBot or something like that.
Is the shark good?
The shark is okay. That's the cheap one. That's what I have.
But
Can't
mine
find it.
literally broke like after 2 times using it, so I never used it again. All right, I'm gonna tell Bo that I gave him this.
I got it, Kelly.
I've supposedly made $6,000 in my house in North Carolina.
Did you sell it already?
No, just off of Zillow though.
Oh, I know. I did the same thing you're doing. Did you know that?
Sure, you're doing like a couple of them though, right?
4.
I got Ronald's
I need
info.
a place to live now. I wanted to buy.
I said
Where are you? Fayetteville?
He's a character.
Where are you at?
I can't believe it's.
They
I can't believe
pick
he's listening
pockets.
from
We're
North
probably on the
Carolina.
same street. We might be neighbors.
No, we're probably in the same
And I
suburb.
recalled the dealer to make sure it's all.
And did you use Tony Cosgrove?
Bleeker.
The broker.
Yeah, no brakes when I got my car from Bleeker's.
I don't think so.
My
Did they help you
blinkers
with
work.
everything? Every step of the way.
Oh, good.
For
I'll
the
tell
most
him
part.
when I call him.
Did you have to do anything on your own?
Martino, we need some brakes for Bleeker's. Call Bleeker's and get those brakes fixed from Mr. Ronald. Bleeker's.
Call him Bleekus. Bleekus.
Trying to scare you, damn it!
Doing all right.
Shannon needs a taco.
At least it makes sense on this show. The one I can't do is CMN.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're not as fun as this show.
Well, we can't air music.
That's true. Well,
We
you
have to
can't
cut out the music
You can't
and-
air music on this show either.
Yeah, on the podcast, but it's easier to cut out. Much easier to cut out.
Bleekus.
Whatever. I'll call you back. Uh-oh, here comes Beth. He has an issue.
It's an odd little fella.
It's really nice, though.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. All right, here you go.
RHI.com.
Bill says he bought a used car from a buddy in Canada, and the import company he hired to help him, they shipped it to a business first, which triggered an import duty of $7,500. Bill, where is the car right now?
I'm sitting in it here in Colorado, and this happened about a year and a half ago.
Oh, crap.
And they kept invoicing me. They kept invoicing me for the $7,500. I paid the amount that they should have collected on it. But now they've turned it over to a collection place. Now, I've listened to enough Tom Martino that I know that there's no judgment. So they're just trying to harass me with the collection place, I think.
That's right. They know they screwed up, but I need to ask a few questions. Was it ever shipped to that business?
No, it never actually got there. The mistake was fixed before that actually happened. But it had gone through customs and the charge was incurred.
How did they make this mistake? Did they ever explain it?
No, it was just a screw up in addressing the thing. They made other errors and things along the way, but nothing of this magnitude.
Okay, then once it went to that, once they corrected it, it was shipped to you, and you paid the $1,000 that they had invoiced you originally?
It was a little different from that because there was a checklist of items, and some were there and some weren't. But basically, I told them, look, when you correct this, I'll pay the whole amount. I thought they corrected it, so I went ahead and paid that amount, losing the tiny bit of leverage that I had. And then they continued to bill me for the $7,500.
And is there anyone you can talk to at that company when you call?
Yeah, I've discussed this with people there, and they'll look into it. Blah blah blah. They don't just admit right offhand that it was a mistake. Although the guy that made the mistake has told me that in a phone conversation.
What's the name of that? What's
down.
the name of the import company?
Livingston International. So I Googled them recently. They get 1 star because you have to give at least 1 star, and most of it's due to horrible business practices.
Here's what I believe, okay? Here's what I would advise you if you were my brother. and that is do nothing. In order for them to collect a dime from you, they're going to have to take you to court. And there's no way that you have a contract with them, right?
I do, and it doesn't say anything about $7,500. If you'd read the contract, you'd think it'd be around $1,000.
Okay, that contract, they'd have to show a contract for $7,500, and the contract that you signed or that they gave to you shows a fee of $1,000.
Yes, it's a punch list. If you add up the items, it comes out to around $1,000.
Okay.
And I certainly never authorized the $7,500.
No. I don't think they're ever going to collect it from you. You're just bothered because they're bugging you, basically, right? I would ignore them, though. Here's what I would. Here's a surefire. Here's a surefire way to get rid of stuff like that. And I do this all the time. I say, I do not believe, based on my contract, I owe you the money. If you believe I do owe you the money, take me to court, please.
Yeah.
They won't do it.
And
they don't have the money. They don't have. They're not going to do it.
Well, and they're in Buffalo, New York. Where would they have to sue me?
The contract calls out that. In the contract, it usually says this agreement construed under the laws of such and such, or wording such as that. Almost all contracts.
Okay.
Now, if the contracts do not specify the laws, then the law that takes effect is usually where it is executed. If you signed it at home, it would be Colorado law.
I did.
So it's either Colorado.
They aren't going to come out here to.
Well, most likely they're not. But either it's Colorado or it's a law specified in the agreement. Did you read the agreement over, and does it specify jurisdiction?
I didn't see a T's and C's section that would have that on it, but I'll look at it again.
Look at it and call me back. But
okay.
Basically.
So meanwhile, can I tell the collection agency to quit bugging me? Is there a Colorado law on that?
There are laws on this if they bother you outside of normal business hours and outside of normal places of business. But you can't, but they have the freedom to contact you otherwise. You don't have, there is no law that forces them. They're allowed under the Fair Debt Collection Act, they're allowed to bug you where it is legal to bug you. But it's not always legal to bug you, okay? So you just have to bone up on that law. Just Google that law or go into artificial intelligence and look for the Fair Debt Collection. They're allowed to bug you during normal business hours and at normal contact information they have for you. And because they have a pre-existing business relationship with you, they're allowed to contact you. You're also allowed to avoid them completely. So you do whatever you can to avoid them, but you can't stop them from contacting you. Okay, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, you know what? One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage doors. Everything to do with your garage door or the opener. They're there 24/7 to help you out. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
A new crash over on the west end of town, 6th Avenue westbound at Perry Street. We've got an accident in the right lane with stop and go back from Federal, adding about 1 or 2 minutes to your commute. Nothing too bad there. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through the Denver area. We're seeing highway speeds through town. The same goes for I-70 east and westbound to and from DIA. No complaints 225 north and southbound through Aurora. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Lazzara, he's an attorney I hope you never, ever need. He's a criminal defense attorney. One thing I know for sure, you should never shop for an attorney when you're under pressure. I took the pressure off you. I know Joe Lazzara for many, many years. If you are ever accused of a crime or charged with a major traffic offense or a DUI, call Joe Lazzara for free legal information up front. And then if he takes your case, if you decide to hire him, it's on a flat fee basis. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Find him at referralist.com. Joe Lazzara.
Thank you.
The iRobot is a Roomba, but did you know they're like $700?
You want a Rice Krispie treat, Kelly?
I'm really tempted to do one up there on that first floor. There's a nice open floor.
Think Shannon will want one?
Not around those wires.
It came from the break room.
But I'm scared how that... Okay, I'm going to try an experiment.
Oh, really? He does? Okay. All right, I think I've cleaned up.
I had my mics off so they didn't hear me, how disgusting I am. Which one is that? Okay. Okay. iRoomba. I always read reviews, don't you? Reviews are really important. Very seldom could you fake that many. I mean, eventually, I think it's really hard to fake them. The cat will go nuts, huh? The cat.
Yeah, I can't see the cat's
Where is the cat? We haven't seen it.
Oh, she's here.
She's around. Henry, let's give another plug.
Henry.
I wonder what prescription is ready for me to pick up.
You out of here.
Sorry, you gotta stay.
Does
I
it
miss
tell
you a
me?
long time.
Oh.
Oh, Zenpep. Good. I need that. I need those for sure. Okay. It'll be very interesting. Do you think I was too hard on people? On people nuts call the show. I mean, homeless lady? She was a doctor?
Hey, here you go.
2 on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hey, Tom Martino here. All right. Let's talk about the roof certifications. When you refi a house, sometimes when you sell a house, lenders want to know about roof certifications. Like, is it reasonable to expect the roof to last 5 years without major problems? It's called a roof certification, and it can cost you up to $500. But Excel Roofing has a special for Martino listeners only until further notice. And what is that special, Henry?
Yeah, so for anybody listening, whether you're a real estate agent, you have a home for sale, you're going to sell your house, we're willing to do a roof certification for you for free, as long as you mention this Martino special. This isn't something that a lot of people normally think about, but when you come and sell your house, you need to get a roof certification to verify that that roof is going to be good for 5 years or so. And like I said, we will do it for free. It's 303-761-6400. If you didn't get that, I would write that down. 303-761-6400.
Yeah, that's good because, I mean, that is a $500 value. If you're going through a closing right now and they're asking for a roof certification, you're going to get it with Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. Hey, Henry, I have a question to ask. Do they ever use drones in roofing industry to do estimates?
You know, they look for hail damage using drones, but it can be just really hit or miss, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be.
So you guys don't use them a lot. It's basically walking the roof.
Yeah. So the rules around drones and roofing is that every commercial pilot needs to have a license, and it's just not worth it for all of us to get our own license to operate a drone. So we just do the regular roof inspections. We set a ladder. We get up there. We look for damage. We do an evaluation.
And do you do free inspections for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Deputy D, you have somewhat of a follow-up from somebody. I'm sorry, D.
Call a couple hours ago. Dorothy called us because she...
asphalt.
Yeah, it's a company called C&J Concrete and Asphalt Repairs.
She said they did a terrible, terrible job doing the concrete steps. They came back and redid the job, and additional work wasn't done. What do they have to say?
It's pretty nasty. I had a couple of conversations with both Dorothy and her husband, Roger, and it turns out it's a lot worse than we thought.
Okay, we're going to follow this up then again. Did you contact the company yet?
No, there's no company to contact.
Uh-oh.
There's no address, there's no company, there's no nothing.
We'll find out more about that tomorrow. I'm Tom Martino, 303 Martino. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Get out.
Awesome. Thank you, Shannon Kelly. Have a great afternoon.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Henry. It was good.